All right. All right. Let me turn this down right quick. Let me see. Okay. All right. So first off, I want to thank everybody for joining, taking the time out of your night to listen to me break down the latest gaming and hip hop. Just know that this is the Notorious Mass Effect podcast. Make sure to hit that follow button, subscribe if you're over on YouTube. And as far as my wisdom chat, appreciate y'all for taking the time out of your day to join. As always, the guest feature is available. You know, this is a safe space, open dialogue. I love different perspectives. And as I get into different segments about hip hop or gaming, feel free to jump in. And who knows, you may be able to end up in a podcast after the fact, because for my people over at Kick and YouTube, you can't hear the people over at Wisdom, but as far as the people over at Wisdom, you can't hear some of the audio elements I play when it comes to my laptop. So as far as the production side of things, y'all just hear my voice. As far as Kick and YouTube, y'all see and hear the stuff I'm playing through my laptop. Like currently I'm playing the one of the beats I usually play before I get started. I don't know. It's probably gonna be one of my longest episodes, not because I want it to be, just because we got a lot to get into. So we gonna see how long I can hold on. I think I'll be able to get through all this. I have a lot of different topics set up. Let me see. But yeah, we should probably just get right into it. I think I set up everything. I'm trying to see if I missed something. Let me see. Let's see. Okay. As always, let's see if I can pull this up. But I'm trying to find something right quick. And it is super hot outside. This is actually ridiculous. Let me see. Should I put that at 50? Let's put that at 50. Okay. Make sure to listen to my latest music reviews on my podcast currently at Notorious Mass Effect, or you can click my Linktree in bio. But basically, I got into Travis Scott, Post Malone, Burna Boy, and new music for sorry, I'm coughing all in the mic. All right, so basically, what I was trying to say was new music reviews for Travis Scott, Post Malone, Burna Boy, and a whole lot more available on all podcast platforms via my Linktree in bio. Also, shout out to the masses who've been along for the journey as we've just surpassed 1.2 million total downloads in just 7 months under the hosting platform Red Circle for the podcast. So as far as the stream, I'm more of a podcaster who likes to stream to give an extra accessibility for if somebody wants to comment or join in as a guest via Wisdom while I'm going throughout this episode. So hopefully that clears everything up. My Linktree in my bio, like I just said, makes it very easy for you to get to whatever platform you use the most, as I'm on most of them. Some of them, I don't know. My TikTok's doing pretty good. I was gonna stream on TikTok, but TikTok's a mess. And plus, the way they be treating like black creators, I don't know. Anyway, so we gonna stick to just YouTube and Kick for right now. Anyways, let's get into the episode. Enough of that chit chatting. If that's how you use the word, chit chatting. I think that's what people be saying. Alrighty. All right, where's the beat at? All right, we're gonna take that off, and then we're gonna make sure we have a lot to get into. So it should be a fun little episode, of course. Also sponsored by Drizzly, but I don't want to get too ahead of myself. Let's save that for the when I start. Let me see. New soundboard. I need to get like a actual soundboard. I literally just have a folder that says soundboard. I'm pretty sure that's not how it works. But anyways, let me see. Is it this one? All right, let me see if it's too loud. I think it's a little bit too loud. Let's break it down a little bit. Hold up, where am I at? I'm at 24. Okay, I think that's pretty good. Around 35. All right. All right, cool. Let's get into the intro. So if you don't know, if you're new, for my people over at Wisdom, also for my people over at Kick and YouTube, make sure to download the Wisdom app, as that's the app I go live on whenever I'm doing audio, mostly audio content. As currently we have people still coming in over at Wisdom, currently at 5 right now. And in general, I think we average like what, 25 to 40, around that range. But anyways, it's not the numbers of the stream, because obviously I don't stream for numbers, because I just like the extra accessibility it gives for viewers of the podcast who want to actually interact while I'm recording. All right, I think that clears it up, hopefully. But anyways, if you're new, just know I do anyways, let me stop being childish. I break it up into segments, so whenever I start recording, I would prefer comments, or if you want to join in as a guest on Wisdom, to for it to be on topic. If not, then I would just wait to the intermissions like this between segments if you want to just get off like random thoughts or like a topic already talked about, whatever. So anyways, let's get into, let's see, move my mic a little bit. Can I straighten out my leg? Goodness, this is like, all right, there we go. Okay. All right, let's get into the intro once I can find where the podcast title is. All right. Okay. I think I'm ready. All right. All right, so I'm getting into the intro in 3, 2, 1. What's going on, internet? Analytic here, aka Dreamz, and I'd like to welcome you to mine, which I call the Notorious Mass Effect Podcast. I'm your hip hop and gaming news source with a little bit of R&B mixed in. Of course, I have to give a recap of what has been happening throughout the episode 125 to 126, as at this point, I think people are accustomed to hearing, life updates or just like podcast updates or just like what's going on in general. So I do want to say Drizzly sent another sponsor. They wanted to sponsor the pod for a third time. So let's clap that up, I guess. If you're at home, that's not really how it works. I think I have a little button for that. Give me 1 second. I think it's somewhere. Oh, here we go. I stopped using the sound effect as often. So, but anyways, got the little applause going on if you can't hear it. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. I know people like for me to use my soundboard more, but when I get to talking, I'm not gonna lie, I do not be thinking about the extra sound effects I have on my soundboard. I do, by the way, I need to get that Drake combination sound effect on my soundboard, because that is beyond hilarious. But that's besides the point. So basically, Drizzly sponsored the pod for a third time, so shout out to them for sponsoring this episode. So this episode is along with all the following segments for the month of August is sponsored by Drizzly. I can't even say it. It's sponsored by Drizzly. It's like what is it? I had a whole ad that read before this, so you probably already heard it. But basically, they deliver wine, different types of alcohol right to you. It's kind of like Uber for alcohol delivery, and yeah, it's pretty neat. I looked up their business on my like off time, and it was pretty cool. So anyways, let's stop the applause. But anyways, I had a whole nother ad that explains everything more like fluently, I guess. Anyways, what else? So let me bring my beat back up because I like my intro beat. If I can find it, I think I can. Oh, here we go. All right. Anyways, it was something I wanted to get into. Oh, okay. So a lot of people want their music played on a podcast. So I don't play music on my podcast because of Universal Music Group. For most other artists, like, it's fair game, I guess, but with Universal Music Group, playing their music is a big no-no, especially on DSPs. As you can probably tell, they don't like that. I mean, that's why they took my podcast down last year. So, and you know, I've already talked about that in length. If you just look up Notorious Mass Effect versus Spotify, that's what it's called on whatever platform you listen to podcasts on. It should have been titled Notorious Mass Effect versus Universal Music Group, because not only did Drizzly send me another sponsorship, this is like the third time them sponsoring the podcast, but Spotify also sent ambassador ad for me and also clarified what happened with the whole situation. So it's basically Universal Music Group. I don't know if I was supposed to say that, but hey, I said it. So anyways, so yeah, I don't play music on a podcast, but what I can do, because for the most part, I think everybody on this list is like independent artists. I don't want to just assume and like disrespect people, but I think they are. So anyway, I just want to go over kind of like how I want to do playlist submissions, because that's what people who have been reaching out call it. Let's just do this. So for 24 hours, I will post your music for $10. Let's do that. And I know what y'all probably saying. Why only 24 hours? Because let me tell you, I don't want to post your music later down the line, you get signed, and then I get in trouble with your major label. You know, if you end up blowing up, which, you know, God willing, hopefully all the artists who reached out do well. But I just don't want your label, if you end up getting signed to one, reaching out to me to take down or sending me a takedown notice. I don't want any of that. So what we're going to do is a 24-hour time limit on whatever music you want me to play on my podcast. I'm doing $10 per submission. So the reason I'm doing this is because a lot of people reached out, so I think people are beyond interested in it, but I needed to figure out a way to do it where it wouldn't get me in trouble, because even with Universal Music Group, you never know what other major label, you know, has it out for me. So anyways, so another thing, I want to get through how not to reach out. So basically, can this repeat? Let's do repeat. Yeah, repeat one. There we go. I think that works. All right. So basically, this is how it goes. A lot of people are reaching out and are basically just putting their music with links. They're sending me radio edit, explicit edit. I'm not gonna say names because I'm not trying to like, clown nobody. But I just want to break this down. And then they also sent like EP sample, like they're sending me samples of their music and stuff. So and different emails are like, oh, how's it going? I have been doing music for years and I have a ton of music as well as video content, and I was hoping I could submit my most recently released album for consideration to go on your playlist. Please check it out at your leisure and convenience. Another one said, hi, I absolutely love your playlist. I've got a track that I think could be fitting and was wondering if you take submissions at all. I think you'll love it. I've been keen to hear your thoughts. Also, somebody else said, I hope this email receives in good health. I really like your playlist and would like to be considered for placement. And then what else? They went on to say their name, talked about the slick melodies, high rise city lights, something like that. I don't know. They was describing the mood. Basically, I say all that to say, I also do want to play music from people who support the pod. So from the people who email me, if they don't listen to the podcast, then they probably won't know that what I'm telling you now is how to actually submit your music. And with a $10 price tag is only for because of the platform I have now. I don't want to just play music for free and people just think it's like not worth anything. So I'm putting a price tag on it because I've seen the numbers and see what it does for like even the bigger artists. So it's like, of course I'm gonna have some type of price tag, and I don't think like $10 is outrageous, especially for the way this is performing right now. Like we're doing 80,000 weekly downloads, and in general we're only on the it's only up from here the way I've been looking at it, because 1.2 million downloads in just 7 months under the hosting platform Red Circle. I can't really put into words how thankful I am for that. So what I want to say is, for the people who support me, if you're listening to this and want to submit your music, I just gave you kind of like the directions to do it. And also, if you could say podcast instead of playlist. I don't like playlists because like I cover games too. So yeah, so if people listening to this have music they want to submit, that's how you do it. I didn't want to spend too much time on that, but I knew people was like, these aren't even all the emails. I just wanted to get into it. Like I remember I sponsored Carly and the Universe, which is like a group. I forget what type of music they make. I think they're like pop, hip hop centric. I don't know, but they're a band, really talented. Look them up, Carly and the Universe. I think they're on all social media platforms, but I didn't really do playlist submissions before them. So they was like I think they was the first one. Of course I did. Like if you know me, you don't have to like pay, but you know, if I don't know you and you just want to get your music played, it's just like, you know, it's the business at the end of the day. And I don't think this price tag is outrageous. You know, did a lot of research into how much I should actually charge, because I'm not trying to rip y'all off at all. So anyways, so that's basically it for that. What else for introductions? I don't think I have too much to say. Oh, I do. Okay, the last thing I want to say is there was this email, right? Not an email. It was this thing I was looking at, and it said we've went from, let me find this right quick, 'cause this is ridiculous. I honestly can't believe this is a real thing. Let me see if I can find it. I think it's over here somewhere. Oh, here we go. All right, I found it. All right, so basically, this is what y'all need to know, because I know y'all experiencing it just as much as me. So apparently, reporters, well, let's just read it out. According to The Guardian, the era of global, I can't read. I'm sorry, y'all. I can't read. I'm like Floyd Mayweather when it comes to this. Give me a second. All right, I'm composed now. Let's get back to it. According to The Guardian, the era of global warming has ended, and the era of global boiling has arrived. The UN Secretary General Antonio, and the last name Guterres, I can't say that, man. I completely butchered that, has said after scientists confirmed July was on track to be the world's hottest month on record. Climate change is here. It is terrifying, and it is just the beginning, says Antonio. And he went on to say, quote, it is still possible to limit global temperature rise to 1.5 C above pre-industrial levels and avoid the worst of climate change, but only with dramatic, immediate climate action. And then he went on to say that his comments came after scientists confirmed on Thursday that the past 3 weeks have been the hottest since records began, and July is on track to be the hottest month ever recorded. I say all that to say, y'all need to stay hydrated out here, and definitely monitor your time in the sun. I know a lot of people love the so Illuminati phrase when he says gazer, but let me tell you something. If you gaze into the sky at this point, you may end up with irreversible damage, which, you know, it's not funny, but I'm just saying. So I'm trying to give y'all the heads. I don't know what that was. My fault. I'm trying to give y'all the heads up, right? And another reason I say that is because I have been completely just like, it got to the point, it was so hot. I had the AC all the way down, and I had to pull my fan out. At that point, I was just like, ain't no way. Like, I'm inside and I'm hot like this. Like, it was like 105, 109. It was something crazy. So, you know, it's not even 2K numbers at this point. Like, it's surpassed that. So, what else? Yeah, that's basically it, man. Y'all stay safe out here. You know, this climate change is no joke. Severely hot outside. Make sure to stay hydrated, like I keep saying. And yeah, that's the reason I wanted to say it, because of course this is not no Bill Nye the Science type information, but I'm just letting y'all know that it's super hot out here and y'all need to stay safe. And what else? Yeah, so that's basically it. So for the episode, right? What this whole episode, this whole thing is about, it's because of the episode. So let's get into a plethora of topics. And also, the main topic for episode 126, if I can find it, is Marvel's Spider-Man 2. But we're also gonna get into Mortal Kombat. I'm gonna give my Travis Scott Utopia review. What else? Basically, a whole lot of topics. We're gonna touch on some beef, and make sure to follow my Analytic Dreamz video podcast if you want to watch the video alongside the audio element, because it's Spotify exclusive. So I had to make it exclusively through Anchor, which gives you the access to put video on Spotify. So you have to look up Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify. All right. So if you're wondering why I'm playing video throughout the episode and you can't see it, that's why you have to follow Analytic Dreamz video. But of course, I'm gonna keep reminding y'all in every single segment. Just want to say it at the beginning. So now that we finished the intro, I do want to say I am beyond excited to get into Marvel Spider-Man 2, because I'm a little biased. Like I keep saying throughout this podcast, Spider-Man is my favorite fictional creation of all time, by far. It's not even close. So with what Insomniac did with the first one, beyond excited for Spider-Man 2. And I have a lot of different details that I have to say I completely made up, because it may just be on point. So I'm definitely going to say spoiler warning when we get to the Spider-Man section. I'm obviously going to say it again. I'm just letting you know right now, I got a lot of details about the Spider-Man video game that if you really want to know, you're going to find out. So there's going to be a lot to take away in this episode. We got a lot to get into. And if you're not already informed, I mean, I just informed you on global boiling, which is a pretty big deal. Then every time you come to Notorious Mass Effect, I love for people to take something away from it so you don't feel like I wasted your time. So with that being said, let's get right into the first topic of episode 126, which is, of course, the beef, and I mean straight beef, between A$AP Rocky and Travis Scott. Alrighty. Shout out to the 14 people we have in the wisdom chat right now. I appreciate y'all taking the time out of your day to listen to me. Well, I guess it's night at this point, to listen to me break down the latest gaming and hip-hop news. Best believe at the end of this, you're gonna know a whole lot more about the hip-hop and gaming just industry as a whole, as that's always my goal with each one of these episodes. And this one's jam-packed, so I don't know how long this is gonna be, but yeah. For my people over at YouTube and Kick, make sure to follow, download the Wisdom app, as that's the app I go live on when I'm doing mostly audio content, and you can find that in my description box below. Just my Linktree has a direct link to my Wisdom channel, which will also let you download the app, or you can just download the Wisdom app and type in Analytic Dreamz or Notorious Mass Effect. Either one, it'll pop up. Anyways, with that out the way, let's get into the next topic. Let's get into A$AP and Travis. I don't know what it is about A$AP, but man seems a little salty about Travis. I do think so, and I haven't started yet. This is like, I think y'all know when I start, my tone kind of changes just a little bit. Let me see, what is this? Somebody follow me. Who is this? King Slime followed me. Uh-oh. Young Thug must have heard all that praise I was giving the Gunners album. He on my head talk. That's crazy. Speaking of Young Thug, why everybody was hating on that album like that? They know he wasn't fully able to talk about what he wanted to. Anyways, I guess that's besides the point. Let me zoom in right here. Alright. Let's see. What in the world? Trying to pull up this video. I don't know if they took it down or what. They said Rocky must have pressed them. He's like, I better take down that video. Let's see, they said Rocky. Let me see. Oh no. All right, let me see. ASAP Rocky, please give me what I want. Let me see. Pause. I don't know, that came off. Trying to find the video. I can't find it. I don't even know if I'm gonna play the video because it has music from ASAP. It's not even a video, but don't nobody care about this. This is actually kind of sad. Let me see. All right, let me see. All right, let me go to academics page. I know this man got it. He loves beef. Academics. All right. Can't believe I'm looking up ASAP Rocky content. You know, every time I search ASAP Rocky, something about Rihanna always pops up. That should tell y'all something. Anyways, let me see. Um, mm, 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 mm. This it? No, that's not it. All right, we're gonna find it at some point, hopefully. If not, then all right, here we go. Is this it? Yeah. All right, cool. Can I pause that? All right, yeah. It's my personal account. I don't think it is. It's not. All right, cool. Let me bring it up for the people over at Kicking YouTube. Y'all can see what I'm looking at right quick. Oh, somebody typed in the chat. Xavier445, man. I appreciate you typing. Was that emote? It's like somebody with shades on. It's like a ghost with shades on. I don't know. I can't see. I'm Stevie Wonder. But anyways, I appreciate you typing in the chat. Make sure to download the Wisdom app, you know, not to just throw promotion straight in your face, but I appreciate you typing in the Kick chat. Definitely come over to Wisdom. It's a nice community over here, you know, and the thing about Wisdom, it gives an easy way to join in and possibly end up on a podcast via the guest feature. So with that being said, let's get into ASAP Rocky. And if you type again, I may not be able to see it because I have to like click on Kick when I want to see the chat. Like for Restream, it doesn't show the Kick chat. So if you type and I don't see it, just know it's because I'm not looking at it. I have to look back. I have to like click through the different chats. Hopefully that makes sense for you. I think it does. And thanks for following. I think you follow because it went from, yeah, appreciate you. Definitely make sure to follow Notorious Mass Effect. But all right, let's get right into it. Let me see. Can y'all see this? All right, that's perfect. All right, making sure y'all can see the ASAP Rocky. Yeah, this stuff is hilarious. Let me see. Why would ASAP Rocky like diss Travis Scott? I can only think of jealousy. That's honestly, anyways. Alrighty. Let's get into the segment right now. Now, why would Travis Scott receive subliminal disses or subliminal diss from ASAP Rocky? You might ask. I have no idea. But what I can say is ASAP Rocky, as you can see on the screen, shameless, how do they say it? All right, we starting over. Give me 1 second. Shameless. How do you even say that? Shameless. I totally had a brain freeze. Shameless promotion. That's what it is. My fault. I can't talk. All right. I promise this is the next. All right, second time is a charm, I guess. Let's get back into it. Now, why would Travis Scott be receiving subliminal diss from ASAP Rocky? To be receiving a subliminal diss, there might have to be history where the two got off on the wrong foot, because in the past, obviously, they have been influenced by one another in a way that made it seem like there was actually a group at one point. Like at some point, I thought Travis Scott was like ASAP Scott or something. Like I thought him and Rocky was going to be the next Ray Shrimmer or something. But at this point, seems like they have completely fell off, as ASAP Rocky played a new song during his set at Rolling Loud where he said, "You stole my flow, so I stole your," and then it says the B word, but you know, this is a PG podcast, you feel me? So anyways, y'all are probably wondering who he could be referring to with the B word, right? None other than his actual baby mom, Rihanna. You just gotta love hip hop culture, right? Calling your wife or baby moms the B word, I guess it's just accepted nowadays in the hip hop culture. But that's besides the point, because in 2015, allegedly, Travis Scott and Rihanna dated, right? And now ASAP Rocky and Rihanna have been dating since 2020. So people are led to believe that he was specifically talking about Travis Scott. Where did it come from as far as the diss towards Travis? I have no idea. I don't know if it's jealousy because the way that Travis Scott blew up. Because if you don't know, even Travis Scott would say himself that he has been heavily influenced in the fashion sense from Rocky, and also vice versa. But Rocky, I think, was getting upset because of how much more notoriety Travis Scott was receiving compared to him. Hip hop, as I always love to say, is the most contact genre in music. So competition in life is everlasting. Competition in hip hop is even more intense than the average lifestyle, let's just say that, because every single time you're rapping, every single time you're putting out music, you're competing with somebody in a way that may lead you to using certain marketing tactics like this, completely calling out Travis Scott before Utopia came out. During his Utopia rollout is the most obvious attempt for getting more publicity on your new single that he put out some time ago. It was atrocious, don't listen to it, but he was trying to put more ears and eyes on that, using the Notorious 50 Cent way of getting people's attention, which is just straight up dissing them. But instead of straight up dissing them, he used more of a subliminal, which I can't respect that. I can't respect it at all. If you want to use somebody for clout, then at least have the integrity to use their name. Because with him leaving it at that and also saying some words following, it led people to believe that he was dissing, let me pull this up right quick. It led people to believe that he was dissing Ian Connor and somebody else. But when Ian Connor ended up DMing Travis Scott, because he was like, where did this come from? Like, I thought we was cool. Why you dissing me? He said in a DM that he posted on his IG, which is Ian Connor's Revenge, if you want to look it up. Basically, he texted ASAP Rocky. He said, what is this about? Basically, how ASAP Rocky dissed Travis along with ASAP Bari, along with Ian Connor and more at Rolling Loud Miami. So he was like, what is this about, right? That's what Ian Connor texted him. ASAP Rocky literally said, about nothing. You probably won't believe me, LOL. Word to though, can't blame you if you don't. What type of rebuttal or response is that? It's like if you subliminally diss your friend, right? Because Ian Connor and ASAP was supposedly like not close, but like acquaintances, or they worked together. I don't know, some sort of fashion they was together. So with this coming out of the blue, it's like subliminally dissing your friend, and your friend straight up asks you about it via text message, and you just give some lazy response like, man, I can see how you feel that way. That's crazy. and then that's it. Like what? Like at that point, okay, you obviously are dissing that man. And then Ian Connor responded to that like just terrible response by saying, "I like to hear unbelievable expletive because what's going on when we set this tone, because like I just said previously, I guess Ian Connor and ASAP was supposedly friends, but ASAP Rocky dissing all these people just screams a PR move and a marketing tactic that I just at the end of the day don't think will work at all. I just feel like the music that ASAP Rocky is putting out currently is just too down bad to save with this desperate attempt of going the 6ix9ine route of just dissing people for clout. So at the end of the day, what I do want to get into is just how it's possible that ASAP Rocky's diss wasn't directed to Travis Scott at all, but Travis Scott, which I'm going to get to in my Utopia review later on, said about, well, he talked about how, you know, they talking stuff with no Trident. And he said something explicit that made the no Trident line make sense, but it's a PG podcast. So basically, Travis Scott even responded to Rocky, obviously in music, not online, because I think he obviously saw the marketing or the PR move ASAP was trying to pull in the midst of the Utopia rollout. I think it was as obvious as you could have imagined with this type of random outburst of disses. Because ASAP Rocky is pretty low key from what I've seen from the outside looking in. So for him to completely diss Travis Scott at this point in time, in the midst of his Utopia rollout, I think Travis Scott saw the play. He didn't bite on it, while anybody else I think would have just went on Instagram or whatever and just completely blasted Rocky. But he kept it straight on music, gave some bars, which we're going to get into in my Utopia review. But at the end of the day, ASAP Rocky is just down bad, and this is just a desperate attempt on putting more eyes on his upcoming album and the single that's already out. But let me tell you, the quality should have stayed in, because that was straight trash. It was just the way that he was rapping. I feel like he can rap, but I don't know why he switches his flow in a way that's unenjoyable most times. He switches a flow and goes to a flow that you really, not saying not haven't heard, you haven't heard, but it's just really weird. Not off beat, is off putting. And I'm not even trying to be funny. It's just very trash the way that he rapped in his last single. But the snippet he played, to be fair, sounds pretty solid. So we're gonna see what he ends up doing with this. But I do think that ASAP Rocky is using certain marketing tactics that's just very unfortunate, and kind of shows where his musical career is at. And as far as a personal level, I mean, just to sum up his personal status, every time I look up ASAP Rocky news, Rihanna pops up. So that should let you know how overshadowed this man is in life and in music. So anyways, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about ASAP Rocky dissing Travis Scott out of nowhere and then completely walking it back with Ian Connor and ASAP Bari? And do you think that Travis Scott and ASAP Rocky could ever reconcile in the near future? All right, let me see. Shout out to the 23 people we have in the wisdom chat right now. I'm getting through my episode 126, which we're just getting started, getting into a lot of hip hop and gaming talk. So if you're into that, just know you're gonna be well informed throughout this whole episode. And also want to shout out Xavier445 again for following over at Kick. I really appreciate that. And just a side note, definitely make sure to download the Wisdom app and join that community, as it's a nice one. It makes it easier and to join in as a guest if you want to, and then maybe end up in a podcast. I have to like edit it after the fact, so I may forget, which I forgot like 2 or 3 times, but for the most part I try to remember when people join in so I can edit it into the podcast. But yeah, with that being said, let's get into the next topic. What is the next topic? Let me see. All right, I already talked about that one. All Why is this? Let me see. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to switch right quick. ASAP. Peso Pluma, ASAP. What in the world? Okay, cool. I was like what more do you want from me? No, it's playing. All right. We're gonna talk about Peso Pluma and ASAP Rocky. Really just to talk about Peso. Because for some reason, people in that like demographic have really been like enjoying the segments I've been doing about Karol G, Rosalia, Peso Pluma, a whole lot of other artists. I'll have to think, but it's so many different artists. But I'm enjoying covering that Latin music field. So we're gonna touch on this right quick. Plus, nothing wrong with diversifying the portfolio. Let me see. Give me. Sorry, I'm trying to pull this up. It's in Spanish, so I had to like translate it and stuff. Don't speak Spanish if it wasn't obvious. But anyways, all right, let's get into it. Now, why would I be covering Peso Pluma is a great question. In general, when I'm covering people like Peso, when I'm covering people in the Latin music field, I think it's very apparent that I touch on these different communities as far as the Latin community, because music is so diverse and the way that people listen to music is so different and the cultures is very different that in general, hold up. I was on a roll. That's actually kind of crazy. Let me see. I don't think y'all could hear me. Y'all couldn't hear me, right? No, y'all couldn't hear me. That's great. Let me see. All right, let's run it back. Take two. Stephen A would not be proud. Anyways, take two. Now, why in the world would I be covering Travis? Oh, my fault. ASAP Rocky. That's probably why he's upset in the first place. Everybody always thinks that that man is Travis Scott, but that's besides the point. So we're not here today to talk about ASAP Rocky. We're here to get into the legendary artist Peso Pluma, as I believe is very important to touch on a lot of different cultures and the hip hop community and just music in general, because the different cultures, the different communities, such as the Latin community, need certain highlights, I believe, so that people understand what type of impact they're having in the music field. Peso Pluma has been running the charts in the Latin charts and, of course, the US charts. But the main reason I'm touching on this is because Peso Pluma and ASAP Rocky were together in a recording studio. Why is that even information, right? I think the way I wanted to take this segment is the epiphany that a lot of American artists are having. You see J. Cole doing features with artists from BTS. You see Lotto doing features with I think it's Seven, the K-pop group, I believe. You see a lot of different collabs from Little Durk collabing with a country artist. I completely forgot his name. I think he's like super huge or something. So don't kill me. I just forgot his name. But basically, what I'm saying is the crossover from hip hop artists to other genres. I think they're starting to notice that if you want to be on the level of a Taylor Swift, a Bad Bunny, Who else? A Drake. You probably have to diversify the portfolio in a way that makes consumers and listeners not look at you as a one-trick pony. As we've seen with the baby, as we've seen with Little Baby, whenever you get that one-trick pony tag of you doing the same song over and over and over again, a lot of fans start to label you as somebody who doesn't make good music, because you're going to get to a point where they're going to get tired of it, and anything you put out after that, they're just going to call trash, as you've seen with Little Baby. Keep in mind, people was comparing Little Baby musically and rapping ability wise to Drake when he put out My Turn, which deservedly so. I think a lot of people forget. Me as a Drake fan or a Drake stan, even I was kind of worried. I was like, Lil Baby is kind of catching up as far as the gap, because if you remember, Once and Knees came out where Lil Baby completely out-rapped Drake on that track. I think it was more of an alley-oop from Drake, but still, I can't copy any pleas, all right? You listen to the track, Lil Baby just completely destroyed Drake, but that's besides the point. Then we get to My Turn, that not only had, was it Emotional Scars or whatever? I forget what that song was called. But then, not only did he have that, but he also had the track, which I believe changed the trajectory of his career in a good way, called Bigger Than, I think it was called Bigger Than Me. I believe it was called Bigger Than Me. If you remember, around that period of time, it was a Kendrick Lamar-esque type move, because George Floyd was unfortunately killed by the police, and after that a lot of riots was happening in the Black Lives Matter movement. Little Baby came out with a track called Bigger Than Me, and that track was perfect from start to finish. I think that's one of the best hip-hop tracks ever created, because I feel like timing is very important when putting out music, and the way that Little Baby put out Bigger Than Me in a situation where people could have easily just said he was pandering or he was just trying to get the buzz. Because if you remember, Killer Mike was another rapper who was out in the fields, like being like, he wasn't rapping, but he was in the field being like an activist for the Black Lives Matter movement. And here Little Baby is putting out music about this movement, which he is black, but of course, you know how people are. If there's a cash grab or a way to market yourself in a good way, the marketing team is going to do it. But the way that Little Baby related that situation to himself, I think a lot of people resonated towards what he was saying because they believed his story. So Bigger Than Me, I feel like changed the trajectory for Little Baby to believing that he was, for fans to believe that Little Baby was one of, if not the best rapper in the game, because that track was monumental and a reason why he even got nominated for a Grammy for that track. I don't believe he won, but that's a whole nother story. That's a story for another day. So anyways, reason I say that is because with the likes of a Peso Pluma, A$AP Rocky type collab, I think a lot of people need certain Bigger Than Me type of moments to change the trajectory of their career. Obviously, timing is important, which is why I'm bringing up this Peso Pluma and A$AP Rocky collab, because I do not believe in any stretch of the imagination that A$AP Rocky is adding any type of sales to a Peso Pluma track. Peso does so many numbers by himself that he will be doing a humongous favor for Drake. It's kind of like if Drake did a feature for like some up and coming rapper. That's the type of help Peso Pluma would be doing for A$AP Rocky in his musical career currently. It may sound crazy to say, but when you look at Peso Pluma on the Billboard charts and the Latin music charts, I mean, he runs the that's a little strong, but he's in the top 10, top 5 of the Latin music charts, and then come over to America and he's always in the top 50, top 25. So whenever he puts out music, people listen, and a lot of people listen, which makes these artists like A$AP Rocky trying to collab with artists like Peso very interesting. I'm not going to say it's culture appropriation or trying to be a culture vulture, but it's very similar to what culture vultures do when they see a certain culture starting to get a lot of shine in their respective spaces in the hip-hop industry. So that's the only reason I wanted to touch on this. Nothing too deep, I guess, but that's really why I wanted to cover this, because I think hip-hop artists are starting to notice the gap is closing between hip-hop and other genres. So click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Peso Pluma and ASAP Rocky being in the studio together? And also, what do you think about different genres such as Latin music, Afro beats, closing the gap on hip hop? And do you think they could actually surpass the popularity of hip hop music? All right, all right. Shout out to the 27 people we have in the Wisdom chat right now. I definitely appreciate y'all taking time out of your night to listen to me. My latest episode 126. Of course, we have a lot of topics to get into. Currently, we're covering music. Then we're gonna get into gaming. Just got into the ASAP Rocky beef with Travis. Then we got into Peso Pluma. Now, what everybody's been waiting for. We're gonna get into Travis Scott and the Utopia review, because I don't know about y'all, but this is one of those reviews where I'm like, I can't wait to get into this, because there's a lot to get into. As always, for my people over at Kicking YouTube, I want to appreciate y'all for watching as well as listening, and definitely make sure to download the Wisdom app. And with that being said, let's get into the Travis Scott Utopia album review. Let's see. Travis Scott Utopia. All right, can I make this bigger? It's kind of small. All right, cool. Yeah, that's big enough. What else? I was trying to look up something else. Let's see, Travis Scott. All right. It is time to get into the Travis Scott Utopia album. The album was released July 28th, 2023 by Cactus Jack in Epic Records. Follow up from the 2018 album, Astroworld. So after the 5-year wait, this man has given us an album consisting of Beyonce, Drake, The Weeknd, Bad Bunny, Playboy Cardi, SZA, Future, 21 Savage. I can keep going on and on. You would have thought this was a DJ Khaled or a Kanye West Donda album. The amount of features that this had. Granted, the 5-year wait, I believe the budget for the album was out of this world. So Travis was like, let's get all the features possible. All I want to say is, we're getting into this album, because of course we're going to start with the sales, because that's what a lot of people are wanting to know about. If you didn't hear my first impressions of Travis Scott Utopia, just know that I was saying that the first week sales would do around 3 to 4,000, 3 to 400,000 first week. But I did also say it could jump up to 700,000 because of the new bundle rules. And what actually ended up happening? According to his Daily Double, Travis Scott, with 350 million streams in the first 7 days, is going to sell around 245 to 270,000. No, 245,000 first week. But it doesn't include pure album sales / bundles. Those also could surpass 200 200,000. So apparently, going off the 245 to 275,000 first week that people are guesstimating that he would do with streaming, going off of the 200,000 that people are guessing he would do with bundles slash album sales, he could end up doing around 5 to 600,000 first week. Without bundles, he's gonna do probably around 300,000 first week. So technically, I wasn't too far off. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to pat myself on the back. You know, a lot of people in the hip hop industry love to say that fans just be talking and fans don't know what they're talking about. And it always reminds me of when people say, oh, you gotta be in this hip hop industry, you gotta make music to know what you're talking about. And when athletes be like, oh, you gotta play this game to know what you're talking about, and then they end up saying something out of pure hatred for another player. So not only could you get misinformation from people in the league, quote unquote, because of their personal bias towards people, but you could also have a certain perception of another person in the same league because of that person having a personal vendetta. Case in point, I'll probably point out Isaiah Thomas and Michael Jordan. Ask Michael Jordan, like, who's the top 5 point guards that ever played the game. Ask Isaiah Thomas, who's the top 5 shooting guards that ever played the game. And you'll probably get an interesting answer. But they was in the league, mind you. So, anyways, hopefully that makes sense. If it didn't, then hey, maybe I am just talking. But anyways, so Travis Scott is, set to sell around 500,000 first week with bundles, and 300,000 by himself with streams. And in general, Billboard updated its eligibility rules, as you can see right now. Shameless plug to my Analytic Dreams video channel on Spotify, exclusive Spotify version. And Billboard restored some of the formats, such as merged bundle sales when calculating chart positions. Under the new rules, artists may only sell 2 different fan bundle variations, which must come with a physical copy of the album and a piece of merch. Astroworld, to put in perspective, sold 538,000 album equivalent units in 2018. So with that was the second largest first week sales, only behind the GOAT, of course, because these people can't compete with the GOAT. Like, come on now. Like, y'all may think I'm biased every time I say Drake is the GOAT, but all right, I think I'm back. Am I back? I don't know if I'm back. All right. Can y'all hear me? Let's see. All right. Put my phone do not disturb. I know how to put your phone on do not disturb. I feel so old right now. All right, because every time it's like messing up the mic. All right, hopefully y'all can still hear me. I think I'm just have to find this point where I stop. I'm have to keep going. I'm definitely not starting over. All right, back to what I was saying. What's that? So even though y'all may say I'm biased with my praise of Drake, who I always call the GOAT, just know, objectively speaking, Billboard is on record saying that Drake has the highest first week sales for hip hop ever with Scorpion, with 732,000 first week sales. Now let's just let that set in. A little moment of silence for the GOAT. All right. So basically, for Utopia, it's not going to get close to 700,000, but it will get close to 5, maybe 6 if the projections are just off. with bundles, of course. Without bundles, like I said, it's probably gonna be around the 300 range to 400. But the biggest thing is Travis Scott definitely sold a lot, and compared to what I was thinking when it comes to Travis Scott, I do think that the Utopia rollout has been one of the best rollouts I've seen since Kanye West and his Donda rollout. I'm gonna make a lot of comparisons to Kanye West and Travis Scott for the simple reason. Hold up. Okay. Yeah, because I was trying to, I think I found this, but I'm trying to make sure I get my facts correct. So basically, I'm gonna make a lot of comparisons between Kanye West and Travis Scott simply because a lot of people was calling this album Yeezus 2.0. What people don't know is that Travis Scott was the key producer of Yeezus back in what, 2012, 2013, I forget when that was happening. But basically, everybody attributes that album to Kanye West's current sound as far as the influence. And Travis Scott was the main component of that sound. As if you look it up, Travis Scott was a huge producer for the album Yeezus. And Kanye and Travis has always been influenced off one another, of course. So let's not get twisted. Kanye West is still him when it comes to influence. But as far as his sound specifically, it's kind of like when Drake, quote unquote, allegedly used Quentin Miller in The Weeknd for Take Care album, of course, and then Quentin Miller for If You're Reading This Is Too Late. That's kind of the effect that Travis Scott had for Yeezus. No, he didn't do everything for Kanye West, but he was a huge contributor to why it sounded the way it did. Hopefully that makes sense. If it doesn't, just know that I'm not trying to say Travis Scott completely influenced Kanye West, but as far as his sound post Yeezus, it was heavily inspired by Travis Scott. So when a lot of people say that, oh, Travis Scott was copying Yeezus or Kanye West really inspired Travis Scott in the way to change his whole sound, it's actually the other way around. So that being said, Utopia review, all I got to say is, where do you go now that you're done with me? That is ringing through my ears every single time I listen to the outro of Utopia, because I don't know about y'all, but I've been talking about the Astroworld situation nonstop, and I said that the sales will represent if people care about the Astroworld situation or not, because of course, if you don't know, the whole Astroworld situation is when, I believe, let me look this up because I'm definitely not trying to get this wrong, because the Travis Scott Astroworld situation and the events that led up to it makes me believe that Travis Scott is one of the most dangerous hip hop performers, like not even hip hop, one of the most dangerous performers ever in life. Because November 5th, 2021, for the Astroworld Festival, that was a music event that was founded by Travis Scott. That's the biggest point. I think a lot of people are like, why are you blaming Travis? He didn't do anything. It's literally his festival. And a lot of different insiders were saying that he runs it a certain way so he can have certain rushes towards the mosh pit, allegedly. That I have to say allegedly, definitely for that. But what's not alleged is that 8 people died the night and 2 more died in the hospital over the following days because of that Astroworld Festival on November 5th, 2021. And the cause of death was because of a lot of, let me see, trying to find what it is. Okay, so 25 people were hospitalized. More than 300 were treated for injuries at the festival's field hospital. Multiple concert goers documented the incident by posting videos and recounting their experience on social media during and after the concert. And the reason I say that is because I don't want to say anything that's like objective or just like I want to give you actual. No, I don't want to give you anything that's like subjective. I want to give you things that's objectively true. So with the Astroworld situation, it was also a play by the Houston police that I thought was pretty interesting to downplay the rollout of Utopia when it eventually came out. And the reason I say that is because once I pull it up in a second, it's really interesting that they will release this info now than it actually when it actually occurred. So they waited to release this info after the album was released. But the Houston police basically came out and said, because granted, I mean, keep in mind, Astroworld is a festival founded by Travis Scott, right? Astroworld tragedy, the Houston police came out and said that Travis Scott's team prevented the concert from stopping multiple times, the police report says. And they said, trying to find if they had any more what they said. And they basically said that, yeah, the Houston police said that Travis Scott's team prevented the Astroworld concert from stopping. And I think that's very interesting that they've released that as soon as Utopia released. Why not release that right when the album, or not right when the situation was, or the information was brought to you? It does feel like a marketing play, but at the same time, that event did happen. People did die. And the reason why I say the sales is going to be a reflection of if people care or not is because you see all these features for Travis Scott, Beyonce, Drake, The Weeknd twice, 21 Savage twice, Future. Then you see the reception of Gunna not being able to get any mainstream producers, artists to feature, supposedly because he snitched on Young Thug. It kind of shows where the moral integrity is of hip hop. And the security guard from the police, the Houston police came out with a 1,266 page report on the day that Utopia came out. So like I said, I think it was like an interesting marketing tactic by the police, but still, nonetheless, this actually happened. A guard named Marty Walgren, I don't even know if I should say his name. I should probably say his name because people are not going to think I'm actually saying like what happened. Went backstage and told two of the members of Scott's team that the show needed to end because of, you know, the injuries and stuff. And then he also said that the show could not end because Drake had 3 more songs left to perform. He also said that they actively impeded the ability for anyone to stop the show. So that's why I said multiple times. So they were stopping people from actually being able to stop the show, right? Because it's ran by Travis Scott. Astroworld Festival is not Rolling Loud. It's not, what's some other ones? All I know is Rolling Loud. It was Rolling Loud. There's some other festivals, but anyways, those are ran by like other people who are not artists. Astroworld specifically ran by Travis Scott. So I think a lot of people got that confused. Like, why don't you just go after the company instead of Travis Scott? It's because Travis Scott founded Astroworld Festival and he runs it by himself. And he hires the security, which is the biggest portion that a lot of industry insiders get into, which is why this event happens often. Because Travis Scott has a history of inciting riots in the crowd. And that's actually a fact because in Arkansas, when he performed, I forget how long ago, I think I can look that up as well. But Travis Scott was arrested for inciting a riot. And let me see. And this has happened. The reason why I'm pausing, because I don't want to say anything that a lot of people don't understand. I want to give you the facts in a way that you can understand. I don't want to just like guess, because I've said this a bunch of times, but for the Utopia review, I definitely have to get these bullet points out because this is no joke. Honestly, this is like very interesting the way that hip hop just skips past certain things. But of course, I always say hip hop is a lot of hypocrisy happens throughout hip hop because in general, when you're talking about Travis Scott, a lot of people brush past the Astroworld situation. Like, oh yeah, that was a disaster. But anyways, let's get to that music. Like, no, I'm gonna spend a significant time of this Utopia review breaking down why I believe Travis Scott needs to be held more accountable for what happened. Anyways, Travis Scott has a history of inciting riots during his performances. In 2015, he was arrested at Lollapalooza. That's another festival I forgot to mention. After encouraging fans to rush the stage and bypass security. 2017, after a show in Arkansas, like I just said, he was accused of inciting a riot and endangering the welfare of a minor. 2019, a fan, I don't know if this is Travis Scott's fault, but a fan fell off the balcony of his concert and was paralyzed. But the fans family, so for that situation in 2019, the fans family sued Travis Scott. Now we don't know if they won or not, but I don't really put that situation on Travis Scott. Like if somebody falls off the balcony, you know, unless Travis was like come from the balcony, I don't see like how that would be his fault. Anyways, what I do want to point out is his history of just inciting riots time and time again, to the point where he got tired of doing Lollapalooza. In 2017, it doesn't list, but it was AMP, the Walmart AMP like theater or whatever. That's what it was in Arkansas. And then he got tired of getting arrested for literally inciting riots during his performance, that he created his own Astroworld Festival. And now he has been now that this situation has happened, because Astroworld, the situation happened on November 5th, 2021. So we have, let me find this again. We have Lollapalooza situation where he was arrested for inciting riots, 2015. 2017, he was arrested for inciting riots. And then in 2021, 10 people died. More than 300 people were treated for injuries at the festival's field hospital, and multiple concert goers documented the incident by posting videos and recounting their experiences on social media during and after the concert. So if you don't believe me, you can look it up for yourself. Astroworld Festival survivors, quote unquote, of the disaster, and they will probably give you their personal recount of what happened. Anyways, so that's why I say Travis Scott is more than responsible for this Astroworld tragedy, and why he should be held more accountable. And just shows the hypocrisy in the hip hop field of letting a person like Gunna go criticize and give Gunna so much criticism and downplaying his name and just ridiculing him to the point where he doesn't have any features. No artist wants to collab with him because they're riding with Thug. But then you come over to Astroworld, which is a way more serious situation. Obviously, on the flip side, it could not be a way more serious situation, because Young Thug is also accused of, that's alleged, so I'm not going to get into that. But basically, apparently, allegedly, people passed away because of the whole case is going on with Young Thug right now. Like, as far as like what he did in the past, apparently people passed away, and that's why they're trying to lock him up specifically. Anyways, that's alleged, so I'm not saying that's a fact. Getting into the factual though realm again, the Astroworld situation did happen. It was documented, and I think is way more serious than a lot of people are letting on and are describing, because even though Travis Scott denied these accusations of him, inciting riots and not stopping the show when people are seen to be in distress, it's just too many accounts of this man doing this time and time again, of getting arrested time and time again, and for people to actually pass away during his concert because of him doing the exact same thing in his own festival, kind of shows you why people are so upset at Travis Scott, me included. Travis Scott, to be fair, they do say that Travis Scott has been committed to working with the families of the victims, but however, his history of inciting riots as his concert is raised serious questions and awareness from major brands, which is why his arena festival, his arena tour, if he even goes on one, will be very interesting to see how that goes about. Because let him say one thing about inciting a riot and they're just probably gonna arrest him on spot. I'll be interested, or I'll be surprised if they even let him do any of that when he goes to their venues. Because like I said, he was arrested multiple times in 2015, 2017, that he just created his own festival. So to do his own tour, I think will have to once again be on his own merit, because a lot of these major arenas, such as like the one in Kansas City, like if he wants to go to the Sprint Arena or Madison Square Garden, like they're not having it. So I'll be interested to see how he handles that situation, as obviously he was a lot of lawsuits are still happening with this whole Astroworld tragedy. However, the police reported that it could lead to a lot of criminal charges against Travis Scott. But I believe a lot of them has been dropped. I don't know that as for a fact, but it doesn't seem like a lot of them, because when you get into that situation, like as far as hip hop lawyers, like a hip hop artist can literally kill somebody, and then the lawyer is like, "Hey, I can get you off of that." Like, it's hip hop lawyers are notorious for getting their clients off on just outrageous situations. But anyway, that's besides the point. So, now with that all that important information out the way, let's get into the album review. So basically, Utopia. So switching gears, I know it's like a harsh little transition, but like I said, the reason I titled this the Travis Scott Utopia review, because I definitely wanted to get out that Astroworld point, because I think a lot of people let that slide, but I didn't want to let that slide at all. So, and plus, if you listen to my Travis Scott coverage over the past months and years since the Astroworld situation, you know this is my same sentiment I've always been saying. So, anyways, switching gears to music. So now focusing specifically on music. After what I just said, I believe that Utopia by Travis Scott, objectively speaking, subjectively, subjectively speaking, for me, is the best album of 2023. The reason I say it's the best album of 2023 is I would ask you to show me an album that came out this year with levels of production that's even close to this right here. I believe that what Travis Scott did with Utopia on a production level is a literal masterclass on how to record certain effects over sound effects, certain EQ that he uses for samples to match perfectly along with the beat. I mean, in Meltdown, he literally had a Star Wars sample that I had no idea that he used until I saw it in the credits. Had to listen back to it, and then once you know that it's a Star Wars sample, it's like, oh, it's like night and day the way it stands out once you see the production credits, and the way he just uses that sample seamlessly with the actual beat is kind of insane. The way that he samples is Kanye West-esque. Because, of course, like I said, Travis Scott influenced Kanye West's sound over Yeezus, but let's not even act like Kanye West, the producer, needs any help from anybody. He's very much a genius when it comes to production side. Travis Scott, I think, at this point in time, is on that level of genius when it comes to musical production. Solely musical production. When I saw the producing credits and I saw some of the other reports that was coming out, like, this is Travis Scott's most produced album since, like, forget, they say it was his most produced album since was like Pharaoh, whatever, I forget what it's called. But basically, when he first came out with albums or mixtapes, he was more hands-on with production, and he kind of tapered off a little bit. Not like drastically more. Like, I think the lowest percentage of production he had on this album was like 23%. So he's always hands-on. But as far as this one, it was like in the 60% range. And a lot of people are attributing that to Travis Scott just being a musical genius. Because at this point, I do believe that when it comes to production, there's not really too many artists or just musicians in general that is better than Travis Scott on the production side. That's Drake included, Future. Obviously, they're not producers. So let me get in the producer realm. Metro, Pharrell Williams, Kanye West. Travis Scott needs to start being perceived in that light, because when it comes to production, he's very hands-on, and when it ends up sounding like this, obviously he had help from Mike Dean, but what producer doesn't collab? To be hands-on like this, to deliver a product like this, production-wise, is the best project I've ever heard. Sonically, it's the best project I've ever heard. Like I said, it reminds me of Kanye West, Donda, the way that the production was just leaps and bounds ahead of anything else that was released in that year. And it reminds me of Pusha T's album when Pharrell and Kanye West produced it, where all those beats on the album is almost dry. That's the level of production that's on Utopia. Those are the 3 albums that really stood out to me and was just leaps and bounds above all others. And of course, Metro is a close second for with his compilation album with Heroes and Villains and the Spider-Man soundtrack. So though all those albums, projects I just named, production wise, you can literally play any track off of that and play any track off of another artist, and you can tell the level of production is just on a different level. Vice versa, like, well, not vice versa, but when comparing those projects to a Metro, to a Kanye, to a Travis, so, and also to a Pharrell. Don't want to disrespect Pharrell, even though Drake just did it. But anyways, we're gonna get to that in a second. So first track, Hyena. I think that's how you say it, right? I believe. I don't know. The way that this album started, when I'm going to, it's like Astroworld is what I consider Travis Scott's best intro track. I feel like it really set the tone from the beat to what he was rapping about. I feel like Utopia, this is like a watered down version of that, but it's still a great track. I really like Hyena. And when I say watered down version of Astroworld, it's like when I say like a watered down version of a Drake new song compared to his old song. Like if I'm comparing them to themselves, their worst production or a track is still better than most people's track, good to best track. So I'm comparing Travis Scott to himself at this point. Astroworld, I think, had a better intro, but I do believe Hyena definitely set the tone when it came to production and when it came to the samples he was using, especially the way he was rapping. Like he said something about, let me just pull this up. This man said something about bobblehead. I was like, ain't no way. He said, so technically this is a location. So I know it's a PG podcast, but so we're going to talk about the location, not the cuss word. So anyways, he said, quote, I'm driving through hell and I done brought snow. It's shining in here that I done brought glow. I hear the sirens right out the something, run me the info. Trying to hear what you did, not how you came close. Like he was also, Travis Scott rap more on this project than any other project he's ever put out. So that's another tidbit. Trying to hear what you did, not how you came close. That's a bar. Then then the follow-up was, he said, cause I get bobblehead like I done made pro. I made Italian bread like I done made dough. I be all around the map, write a show by myself like I'm Chelsea Handler, or write a series about my expletives like I'm Kelsey Grammer, nicknamed the Jet Jayhawk because it's out of Kansas. You know it's Spalding in my top. I'm in Esper. Okay, we just know he was rapping. On this entire project, he was really rapping. I was surprised by the level of lyricism he was giving, because I never said Travis can't rap, but I never considered Travis a lyricist. So the way he was rapping on this was definitely lyrical. Like his lyrical ability for this album was on display for more of the album that I've ever heard from Travis Scott project. Usually he's like crooning, which is like singing for me, for people who can't sing. Like that's what I call it crooning. But anyways, that's besides the point. Also, Thank God featuring KC. I think that's how you say it. That track was pretty solid. Let me see. What did you say? That track was pretty solid. That wasn't like one of my favorites, but. And then Modern Jam, that's when we got into the Utopia feel. That's when I started to feel like, okay, well, he's really switching it up. And at first, I'm not gonna lie, first listen makes you feel like this track is just atrocious. And then after listening to it over and over and the concept of the album, this is straight fire. Modern Jam, one of my favorite tracks off of this album. It's not in my top 3. It's probably top 5, maybe. I don't know. Well, I just like the way he switches it up, and then after you listen to the entire album over and over again, you appreciate Modern Jam because he gave you kind of what you wanted in rapping and singing, and this was more of the experimentation that a lot of people have come to know about Travis. So Modern Jam was a very unique gem. I think you kind of have to listen to it over and over, not to program, but just to understand a lot of the production angles that he was taking. Modern Jam was straight fire to me, featuring Tizo Touchdown. I don't know who that is. And then My Eyes by Travis Scott featuring Bon Iver and Sampha. I don't know who Sampha is, but My Eyes is definitely one of my favorite tracks off of the album. I don't know, the beat switch from him singing to rapping, what reminded me of when Drake from Take Care, how sometimes he would sing and then he would just get into his rapping bag on the second half. My Eyes are like is like the perfect track when it comes to singing and rapping solely by Travis Scott, because there's not too many solo tracks from Travis Scott. I think there's like 5 on this 19 track album. So yeah, it's probably my favorite solo. No, it's not my favorite solo, but as far as My Eyes, it's like top 2. Yeah. All right. But as far as singing and rapping, it's probably my favorite solo Travis track. Track number 5, God's Country. I thought that was pretty solid. I don't really have too much to say about God's Country. Track number 6, Sirens. At first, I also didn't like this track. Like, I put a skip. If you don't know, if you listen to Spotify, you can hide the track. And I hid it off of the album because I was like, I'm not trying to listen to this. And because at the end it gets very annoying. It's like this drop they play and it's like over and over and over, and I can just picture Travis in the studio. Like, if you've never seen the meme from Travis Scott being at some type of club and he was just slamming the laptop, like, just atrocious. I mean, not atrocious, just like just very obnoxiously slamming the laptop like he was a little kid. That's what reminded me with the end of this track. Like, he was just slamming that effects button over and over and over, and that stuff was annoying. Like, I'm not gonna lie, that's the reason why I really hid the track. But other than that, the track's actually solid. So after listening to it over and over and over, I just skip it when it gets to that part. Like, that's just, I don't know why he did that. Hopefully he takes that out, because that's very annoying. Because it leads right into the meltdown. And because the funniest thing about this is that Drake, at the end of this track, he literally says, he's like, well, the girl's like, I thought we were going to Utopia, right? That's the girl. And the Drake says, what makes you say this isn't Utopia? And the girl's like, I mean, I don't know. Isn't it supposed to be some perfect destination? This is just your hotel room. And then Drake's like, yeah, it looks perfect to me. And then after that, to go into Meltdown, like, you just gotta really appreciate the sequencing of this album. Because, of course, I don't know if y'all saw that famous meme from Academics when he first heard Sicko Mode. But as far as grown men and how they should act, let's just say that was a very interesting reaction, and how he reacted to Drake's voice off of Sicko Mode. So from first listen, Travis Scott has all the features. So when Drake came on Sirens at the end, because I was gonna skip it, I was honestly gonna skip it, but I was like, no, let me at least for the first time listen to, it fully. I'm glad I did, because I heard the last part, Drake being supremely hilarious, and it leads right into Meltdown. Now let me tell y'all something. I ain't heard Drake rap this aggressive since this man put out Back to Back. I'm not even joking with you. Like, the way that he was rapping on Meltdown, I believe that somebody told him, hey, about that Pusha T beef, are you ever gonna return to that, give that any energy, kind of show them what's up and that you're not to play with? And Drake probably heard that, and he was probably like, you know what? I do got a score to settle with that dude. And this man was rapping like, first listen, as a Drake stan, I was saying to myself, who is this? This can't be the Drake I know. This man singing about falling in love with me on Honestly Nevermind. This man singing with Little Baby, talking about girls want girls, talking about she says she a lesbian, I am too. So I'm under the impression like, hey, Drake's just, he's just flamboyant at this point, which ain't nothing wrong with that, Each, to each his own. Always, respect people's decision and what they want to do with their life, with their bodies. So I was just like, okay, this is the type of time we on. I see Drake, painting his nails, showing his face care routine as a grown man. What else? Doing interviews with TikToker Bobby Alhoff, or however you say her name. Not even trying to be disrespectful. I forget how to say it. Her last name's kind of hard to say. It's like Alhoff. I can't. I'm sorry. My fault. Drake out here talking about, embarrassing whenever on the stream with Yachty. So I'm like, at that point, I'm just thinking Drake, maybe a little flexible. Ain't nothing wrong with that. It's just, he's just letting us know. So I'm like, I'm appreciating him that, I'm respecting him as a human being able to make his own decisions. And then he comes on Meltdown, and he rapping like he the newest member of G Unit. I didn't know if this was Drake or 50 Cent. I was like, oh, this man wants beef. And that's a actual pun, because I believe the sound of the beat really reminds me of when Meek Mill redid the beat of What's Beef and had Jay-Z on it. I know y'all gonna think I'm crazy. Listen to, because of course, like, it's a Notorious Mass Effect. I know where it came from. B.I.G., the original What's Beef. Actually, was it Jay-Z? Dang. Hold up. I'm finna get my hip hop card taken. Give me 1 second. I don't know if it was Jay-Z or Biggie. I think it was maybe Jay-Z. I was just about to attribute it to Biggie. No, it was Biggie. Okay, I'm not going crazy. I get to keep my hip hop card, right? Maybe, hopefully. All right, my fault, y'all. So, What's Beef was the track made by Notorious B.I.G., right? On the album Life After Death in 1997. And a lot of people sampled it or redid it. And it's one of Biggie's best songs ever, and one of his most important diss tracks in just hip hop history. Like, Biggie's a legend. Like, there's a reason I went with the name Notorious, because I wanted a representation of a real hip hop musician, and Biggie is just one of the best, just storyteller. No, he is the best storyteller ever to touch a mic. That's besides the point. So, What's Beef beat is very similar to this one, as I do believe that when Drake was talking about what he was saying over Meltdown with this beat sounding the way it did, I feel like it was a tribute to the What's Beef beat by Notorious B.I.G. Y'all gonna think I'm crazy? Just listen to Meltdown at the beginning, listen to What's Beef, and at the end of it, if you still tell me I'm crazy, then hey, I can sit with it. But that's how I felt. So, and then also, so Drake gives his bars about, you talk to the cops on some therapists, you act like you love this American. And obviously he was addressing Gunna with the verse, heard your new joint is embarrassing, you talk to the cops and some therapists. I thought that was strictly for Gunna. Then he said, you act like you love this American, but really the truth is you're scared of the six. I think that was a direct shot at Childish Gambino, which is Donald Glover, of course. And then your bodyguard put in some work on a fluke, now you want to go and inherit. I think now he's specifically talking about Pusha T, right? And then he keeps going, right? He keeps going and getting into the meat and potatoes of this bar. My schedule is out. Come spin us for real. Forget all that spinning the narrative. I melt down the change that I bought from your boss. Give an expletive about all of that heritage. Since V not around, the members that hung up the Louis, they not even wearing it. Don't come to the boy about repairing. Don't come to the boy about sparing. You lucky that Vogue was suing, because I would have been with the Wasses and Paris. Man, oh man. Let me tell you something. Drake was rapping like he had bills to pay on this track. I ain't never heard that cadence from Drake. And Drake has been in the game for what, 10 years at this point? 11 to 12 years at this point? I ain't never heard this man rap aggressively, or more aggressively, or as aggressively ever than I heard in this track titled Meltdown. I don't know what got into him. I don't know if Pusha T is going to respond, because if I have to explain it, Meltdown the chains that I bought from your boss is apparently a play off of Pusha, and I thought Kanye was his boss, but maybe they was co-partners. I don't know. He says your boss, so I don't know who's the boss of who. I don't know who's the boss of Pusha T or who's the boss of Pharrell Williams. But anyways, Drake bought some chains that was notorious for the Pharrell wearing. It's like some controller type chain, right? He melted down. Who knows if he actually melted it down for money, but that's what he said. And then he also said, since V not around, who is Virgil Abloh, who was like I forget what he did. That's so disrespectful. I totally forget. Virgil created Louis. Did he create Louis? He created something. I think it was Louis Vuitton. And then since Virgil Abloh passed away, I think Pharrell took up the mantle of like the creative lead or whatever. So Drake, of course, is sending another shot at Pharrell, talking about we not even wearing that stuff no more. So basically disowning Louis because, you know, I think Pharrell took over. And then, of course, the repairing and sparing is the stuff that Pusha T, you know, they probably asked him time again, since he quote unquote repaired with Kanye, are you gonna repair with Pusha T? And guess what? He probably told him. He was like, definitely no. I'm not repairing anything. In fact, I got this track coming out called, I got this verse coming out on Meltdown, and I can't wait till he hears it. And best believe you, I'm pretty sure Pusha T heard that, and I believe he's gonna send shots back, but maybe just on his own time. You know, like his album, like the way that Pusha T kind of ethered Drake into bringing out his son, also talking about his producer being extremely sick. Like he really went to a level that I just don't think Drake can ever match ever in life. Drake said he had a diss track for Pusha, but somebody told him to not put it out. I just think that man lost the beef, and not lyrically, but I think beef is all about exposing one another. And Pusha T definitely, I mean, I don't think having a child is that big of a deal, but when you're Drake, it just seemed like the most flagrant thing he ever did in life. Like, God forbid a celebrity wants to raise their child in peace and not just wants to have them on the internet 24/7. But the way that Pusha framed it, he was hiding it, like the world just blew up. And from since then, I don't think Drake has ever recovered. I think he's still trying to get his get back on Pusha. So anyways, also Meltdown, if you want to hear the little Star Wars sample, which made me like this track even like 10 times more, because once I figured that out, I was like, ain't no way. I listened back to it, and you have to listen to let me see, when does he say that? Whenever he's saying like, are you crazy, like going through that chorus, listen to the end of that chorus, and then like, because the transition between the chorus to the verse is a Star Wars like ship sound when they're shooting the little lasers or beams or whatever. It's like, it's so fire. Like, for Travis Scott to sample Star Wars, which I just think has some of the best sound effects ever created in just history, and have it seamlessly integrated into the beat, that stuff is just, I'm not gonna lie, that's top tier. So made me like that track even more. Like, honestly, I listened to the Drake verse and I just skipped to my other favorite song, but now I can listen to the entire track, because the production really makes you appreciate this album even more. Like, even if you're just not a fan of Travis, like listening to the album, it's really leaps and bounds above anything we've heard in a while. So track number 4. Not track number 4, my fault, I can't count. Track number 8. So this is the fan favorite, Fiend by Playboi Carti and Sheck West. I like the track, but it's not my favorite. Like, the public enjoys it. Like, the public perception is like, oh, this is like our fan favorite. Like, obviously, no, it is a fan favorite, like objectively speaking. But personally, it's not my favorite track. I think it's fire, obviously, but it's just not one of my favorite tracks. So that's all I have to say about it. The way that Playboi and Travis Scott made this track, I think it's like they went for a certain sound and they just achieved it, and that's all I really have to say about it. It's a very, very solid track. All right, let's get into track number 9, which is my favorite track off of Utopia. Some of y'all may be surprised by this fact, but I don't even know how you say this. Del Resto and Echoes in parentheses by Beyonce and Travis Scott is my favorite track off of this entire album. I don't know why. Production wise, vocals from Beyonce, vocals and rapping also from Travis Scott. Well, I think Travis Scott was mostly singing, but I think he starts rapping at the end. I don't know, I forget. But anyways, my favorite track off of this album is by far Del Resto, because I just feel like when I think of a favorite track as a whole, it has to be played in multiple scenarios. Like, I can't only play one track in one mood or setting and then be like, oh, okay, well, now it's my favorite track. Like, my favorite tracks, usually you're able to play at the gym, able to play maybe if you're with your parents or something, you're able to play when you're reading or when you're watching like when you're just chilling. Like, it's just a lot of different moods and settings that your favorite song has to fit, for me personally. I don't know how other people decide their favorite songs, but that's how I am. So this is one of my favorite tracks of just 2023 in general, and also it's my favorite track off Utopia. Now, track number 10, I Know. This is also one of my favorite tracks. It's probably top 3 for me. I Know, for me, has a really nice tempo, and I think this is probably my 3rd favorite track off the album. I think that the way that Travis is singing on this track and the tempo that he's going with and the way that he's rapping flows in a way that's just very infectious and makes me feel like I need to keep replaying this beat over and over and over. And the chorus always replays in my head. I don't know what it is about Travis Scott and choruses, but that stuff be replaying in my head, and it's like different choruses from the entire album. And I know is one of the best singing tracks for me from Drake. So track number 11, Topia Twins with 21 Savage and Rod 49. Not gonna lie to you, first listen, I thought that was Young Boy. I don't know why I thought that was Young Boy, but I really did. So I think they could have done without Rod 49 and just kept 21 Savage and had Travis just give a second verse or whatever. But Topia Twins was still fire. I thought Rod 49, jokes set aside, I think he had a solid showing, but I do believe at the end of the day they could have did without his feature. All right. Track number 12, Circus Maximus. I think this is the best track production-wise off of the album. I think Sway Lee, The Weeknd with Travis Scott with this level of production should have made it like into my top 3 as far as the album is concerned, but I think the production heavily carries this track, and that's surprising with the likes of Sway Lee, The Weeknd, and Travis all on one single track. But the production is just that much of it's just like a masterclass on how to produce tracks, because Circus Maximus has so much going on, but it makes so much sense. It's like the best produced track that I've heard in a while. So you're gonna hear that a lot. Like throughout the album, I was just like, okay, Travis Scott is just like, you ever know, like, to get into the sports field, you ever know somebody so talented that everybody just puts up with some of his antics off the court? That's how Travis is, man. Like, because when he gets into that studio, it's really not too many that can mess with him quality wise, because Circus Maximus, the production on that is just a masterclass. That's all I gotta say. All right, track number 13, Paracel featuring Young Lean. I didn't even know Young Lean was on this track. I don't even know who that is. So Young Lean just sounds like something that is just not PG at all. But I like it. I like the intro of it. It's like somebody talking, I believe, and then Travis comes on singing. I like the vibe. Solid track. I don't have too much to say about that. Track number 14, Schizo featuring Young Thug. Now this is the one. This is the one I wanted to get to because this is probably my top 5 favorite track. Hopefully I'm not running out of. Yeah, I think it's my top 5. Schizo is the best beat. I can't even say best beat because that's like production. It's the best hip hop centric beat for me on this entire album. I'm not gonna say it's not experimenting at all, but as far as like hip hop elements, I feel like this is the most infused into the album with Schizo. Like Schizo is just straight up hard 808s, Travis rapping over kind of like I Know. Track number 10, I Know, he raps in a certain pattern that's very infectious and makes you want to like keep replaying the track. Like Schizo, from the beat, the hip hop elements, the 808s, from Young Thug coming on, like it's just a very, very hard track. Like that's the descriptive word I would use. Just straight up hard. Like Schizo beat is very, very hard. All right. Track number 15, Lost Forever. James Blake and Westside Gunn. I didn't really hear James Blake on this track. Maybe I'm tripping. Maybe I need my ears checked, or I just need to listen to the track again. I heard Westside Gunn. I honestly had no idea he sounded like that. I thought he was going to get some like Griselda type of sound, but Westside Gunn has a higher pitched voice, kind of. I'm not even trying to be funny, but I just thought he was going to get some like, I don't know, some like Joe Budden-esque type of bass in his voice, but it wasn't really present. But still, he gave a phenomenal verse. I was just focused on the sonics for some reason, and the inflection, which is interesting. Anyways, that track was solid. Track number 16, Love featuring Kid Cudi. One of my lower tier tracks off of the album. I still think it's solid, but as far as Travis and Kid Cudi, I feel like they could do a lot better together. But it's an okay track, and it's not bad. It's just, I feel like I expect more from Travis and Kid Cudi, especially with Travis Scott literally picking up the name Scott because let me see, what's his full name? Let me see. So basically, the reason that Travis Scott is even called that, Travis like some made up name, I believe, and Scott is based off of Kid Cudi's real name, Scott Raymond Seguro, or whatever. Yeah. So first name of Kid Cudi is Scott, and which is why Travis Scott's literally called that. So, with the inspiration such as this, I don't know if he was nervous or whatever. I still think the track was solid. I feel like they just could have did a lot more. Anyways, that leads into track number 17, K-pop, with the Avengers lineup: Travis Scott, Bad Bunny, and The Weeknd. For me, I think this track is fire. I still to this day be playing that. Like, when The Weeknd said "You my bad little mommy," and he like, it was, hey, I ain't gonna lie, that was fire. Like the way that The Weeknd went off, I don't know, maybe I'm a little biased because I've listened to the entire Idol soundtrack and he was just completely killing it, from Double Fantasy to Popular to False Idols, that when I got to K-pop, I don't know, I still had that sound in my head. So when he came on, it was like I was used to that sound. So he was like giving it in a way that I pause, but no, I just liked it. So yeah, I liked the track. That's all. And Bad Bunny, I think, had a phenomenal verse. Like, even though you can't, well, for most Americans, you can't tell what he's saying, he was flowing and it sounded nice. Like, that's all I need sonically. For people I don't understand as far as the language, sonically it just got to sound nice and you got to be flowing with the beat, and he did both of those things. So I don't know, kind of reminded me of when it's gonna be a random comparison, but the track with 6ix9ine and Kodak and the Spanish rapper kind of reminds me of that. Like, after 6ix9ine and Kodak goes, I still keep the song on because the Spanish rapper, she's just going crazy over that beat, and let me tell you, I can't make out one word that she says, but I know she's saying something because she flowing in Spanish. And that's how Bad Bunny was on K-pop. So anyways, the song was called like Shaka Laka, if you want to listen to the 6ix9ine and Kodak track. And yes, they do have a track together. Track number 18, Telekinesis. Future and SZA. I may need a collab album. I know what Travis Scott was trying to do. Future and SZA, the king of toxicity, the queen of toxicity, being on one track titled Telekinesis. Nah, you got to get a Grammy for that one. Only Travis Scott could recognize the toxicity of both of those artists' content and put them together. So I believe Future and SZA have a lot of tracks together. Actually, let me look it up now because I don't want to just be saying stuff. Like, let me see how many tracks they got together. But Future and SZA, like, I really need a collab album. I need to see who can out toxicity who. Like, who can out toxic who. Okay, so DJ Khaled said it, which is funny because I literally compared the album to DJ Khaled. So DJ Khaled did it, and that was it. That was literally it. So only DJ Khaled and Travis Scott was able to pull off a Future and SZA collab. I need an album. I'm gonna keep saying that. Like, that album will be well received in a way that I don't even think either artist understands. So, with that being said, the way that Travis Scott came on this track, it was okay. It was just like, I was really just waiting for Future and SZA. So I don't really blame him too much. It's just when you get a collab like this that's so sparse and in consistency and how it happens, I just believe that people are gonna focus on that collab more. It's kind of like the whole K-pop situation. You have Bad Bunny and The Weeknd on the same track. I'm sorry, but as far as popularity, both artists are way more popular than you, and they're gonna listen to those two artists to see how they mesh more than how you mesh with them. That's just how I am. So Telekinesis, while it's not my favorite, it's very high up there, maybe top 10. Yeah, that track is just phenomenal. And SZA comes out of nowhere, which is another reason why I really enjoy how Travis Scott didn't list any features for this album, because the way that these artists come out of nowhere and how it just fits seamlessly into the track. Like I said, Travis Scott, at this point, his discography is one of the greatest ever. And at this point, you can just call him a musical genius, which is why I think a lot of people are into stuff off the, you know how you say, off the court, out of the studio slide with Travis Scott. Anyways, Till Further Notice, featuring 21 Savage and James Blake. That's kind of what I was referring to when I started off this review. Like, where will you go now that you're done with me? Like, where will you go now that you're done with me? That's an interesting phrase coming from Travis Scott on an outro, because it's kind of letting fans know I'm one of the best musicians y'all got. And so if y'all want to go somewhere because I don't know how to act in concerts and I don't know how to act as a human being, then y'all let me know, because you ain't gonna find nobody like me. And that's kind of what I got from this last track, is that he was repeating, because he repeated this over and over again. And I don't think it was like in a, oh, the album's over. I think it was like more of a bird's eye view of the landscape of music. Like, I don't know. Personally, I've never heard a production this sonically amazing since probably Astroworld and Donda and Metro. But it's very few. Like, there's a lot of music that drops in hip hop. So when I'm naming these albums, these are like the top of the top. But as far as the top, like the cream of the crop, I think it's probably Kanye and Travis. As far as albums that sonically, consistently, they're just different. So, because he says it over and over, where will you go now that you're done with me? And they say it over and over. And then this is very interesting. You should be done with me. I don't blame you. You should be done. I think that's very interesting because of the whole Astroworld situation and everything. I know a lot of people are probably like, they're probably not even talking about that. I'd be hard pressed to think that an outro is not talking about the Astroworld situation, when they're literally saying, where will you go now that you're done with me? Like, it's like saying I don't blame you is interesting, because who would blame somebody for not being a fan of an artist after the history comes out of them inciting riots leading up to the whole Astroworld disaster? Like, so I feel like this whole intro is introspective for Travis, and I'm interested that he even included it. Of course, if you ask him, he probably gonna be like, I just put that. Like, Travis Scott, I don't think could ever just straight up admit fault for the Astroworld situation, because he's being sued left and right. But in a about way, he can come out and say he was sorry. So, but he could have definitely gave more conviction than he did in his last. The last time he actually apologized for Astroworld, which was like only one time, like as far as live face. Well, as far as like a video of his face, it was like one time he had his hand over his face, looked like he didn't want to be there. He was like, yeah, man, can't believe that situation happened. And then that was it. Like, what type of apology is that? So yeah, I was really I'm still upset over his handling of the situation. But anyways, seems like a lot of fans aren't, because you see the sales getting back into the pulling this full circle. You see the sales right here. Analytic Dreamz video, shameless plug on Spotify. You see the streams right here, 245,000 to 275,000 first week. Including bundles, extra 200,000. So he's probably going to do around 500,000 first week, including bundles. Without bundles, he may do around 300,000. So it's interesting. Interesting indeed how people forget. What else I want to get into? That was basically it. So my top 5. Let me just get my top 5 now that I've reviewed the whole track list. So 1, I would say my favorite track is the one with Beyonce. So I would say Del Resto Echoes. That's my favorite track. My second favorite track will have to be Meltdown featuring Drake. My third favorite track will have to be probably K-pop. My fourth favorite track will be, let me see. Probably Schizo with Young Thug. And then my fifth favorite track probably I Know with a question mark. So out of that top 5, only one of those tracks was a solo track from Travis, which I condemn. No, not condemn. I don't put producers on my top projects of 2023, so you won't see any Metro on my top 5 albums, but you will see them in the top 10 songs. But the reason I do that is because it's so easy to pull artists together and just have them give their best performance. But because of the production being so leaps and bounds above any production I've heard from any other hip hop album in the past, no, because Donda did pretty well, but since Donda, no album has even come close production wise. Even Drake, like Drake's not really about the huge left field experimental production. He's more just about hard beats and lyricism. That's it. So production wise, never heard like nothing like this since Donda, and that let me excuse most of the features because technically he has solo tracks on here, because that's another thing why I don't put producer projects on my top 5 list, is because you're not rapping, you're letting other people do the work for you, which I guess, you know, a lot of producers would condemn that phrasing because they do a lot of work behind the scenes with the beat. But at the end of the day, I want to judge artists based on what they're producing as far as lyrics and production. For Travis Scott, he does both on a masterclass level. Like, I think there's a reason why he's still around and people haven't given up on him, because this man, music wise, it's just out of this world. It's just, personally, he has a lot of things to clear up, and let's see if he does, because I honestly think he does not care. He put out a music video accompanying this album, basically saying, I know y'all want me to talk about the Astroworld situation, but I want to talk about something else. And then literally just switched to whatever the movie was about. I'm like, oh, this man don't care. Like, he don't care. Like, he just blatantly don't care. So interesting to see how people receive that compared to how Gunna is treated in hip hop, being that he quote unquote snitched on Young Thug. He can't seem to get no A-list features and producers because a lot of people are boycotting him because of Young Thug, or the allegiance to Young Thug. But the whole Travis Scott Astroworld situation can happen and nobody even bats an eye. Beyonce, Drake, The Weeknd on here twice, 21 Savage on here twice, James Blake on here, like nobody cares. So interesting. Anyways, after my Travis Scott Utopia review, click my link tree in my bio and let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about my review as a whole? What do you think I would have touched on as far as the album, or just extra information? And also, if you've listened to the album, what is your favorite track? I'm not gonna lie, an hour review for an album is insane. I did not know I was going that long. I looked down, it was like 30 to 40 minutes. I had the whole track list left to go. I was like, oh Lord, this episode gonna be long. I'm not gonna lie, I may have to take a break, and we may have to cut some. I'm just playing. I ain't got nowhere to go, I guess. Let me see. Let's see. Let me see. All right. Yeah. All right. So I don't know the cutoff for wisdom. Shout out to the 34 people we have in the chat right now. Hopefully, I know one time I was going long on wisdom and it just cut out on me. So if that happens, I'm gonna try to just boot it back up. But I'm just letting y'all know, I don't think it's gonna happen. But this is gonna be a long episode. That was an hour-long review of an album. Hopefully y'all enjoyed it. You know, as always, if you want to join in as a guest, give your 2 cents about the album, you could end up being in the podcast. Just know we just surpassed 1.2 million downloads and like under 7 months under Red Circle, the hosting platform. So in general, the podcast is doing great. 80,000 downloads per week. And I like to say I'm a podcaster who streams. So hopefully that makes sense. I like to give like extra accessibility for people if they want to comment while I'm doing this content, or if they want to just join in as a guest via wisdom and give their 2 cents. You know, it's always a safe space, open dialogue, and I love different perspectives. So yeah, feel free. Also, make sure you hit that follow button, because I cover hip hop and gaming news, the latest gaming and hip hop news. And yeah, man, you just get a lot out of. I'm not even just saying that. I feel like I do a pretty good job of people taking stuff out of every segment as far as new information that they didn't know before. But hey, that's just me patting myself on the back. You know, only got 2 of them. You know, you only got 2 hands. Like Drake said, you know, they want some handouts. I only got 2. All right, my fault. I'm not a rapper. I'm sorry. I didn't want to hear that. All right. What's next? Goodness, that was a real album review right there. All right, we're getting into Gaming. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, we're gonna do 5 apiece with these. By 5, I mean like 5 minutes. Side note: how arrogant do you have to be to say as a rapper in your outro, wherever you go, now that you're done with me? Like, imagine the amount of confidence you have to say something like that. Is this a video? Can people hear this? Nobody can hear this? Okay, you can barely hear it. All right, we just want to turn that off. I'm looking at a video of the upcoming handheld PlayStation console, so I'm just trying to look some stuff up right quick. Does anybody like Modern Jam from Utopia? I find that kind of interesting. Like, who likes Modern Jam? Not saying that in a bad way, just, you know. Like, seeing if it's anybody's favorite. All right, cool. Let's get into PlayStation news. Project Q. And press record. All right. Let me see. PS Vita. I think that's what it's called. PS Vita. Because this is called Project Q. I want to look up PS Vita because I don't think people give the respect that is due. All right. History lesson for all my PlayStation players out there. What they say, Sony ponies. I don't really like that whole nickname because I would not consider myself a pony, but I would consider myself somebody who, at the moment, currently, is attributed to the Sony or Team Sony simply because Spider-Man is exclusive to PlayStation. Don't get it messed up. If Spider-Man was exclusive to any other platform, that's where I would be. But currently, I am a PlayStation, well, Team PlayStation, as this news just hit the, well, not just like recently, but it just hit the net. And a lot of people are interested because if you don't know, PlayStation had a interesting handheld device back in the day. Now, what is that, you might ask? Even though I definitely can't hear you what I'm talking through right now, but you know, you get what I'm saying, right? You know, a little back and forth dialogue. The PS Vita is what I'm talking about, referring to. And a lot of people don't know about PS Vita. Just know it came out in 2011, I believe. Yeah. And it peaked in popularity in 2012, selling around 4 million worldwide. And yeah, as far as sales. So worldwide sales, it was around 4 million in 2012, and it just went downhill from there. A lot of people was like, why in the world would PlayStation retire the Vita when it was ahead of its time, right? Well, just like NBA Street, just like any NFL Street game you can imagine, the reason was simply nobody was buying it. And by nobody, obviously I'm not being literal, but as far as the popular demand compared to other handheld consoles such as the Nintendo DS and the Nintendo 3DS, PS Vita sold around 16 million units worldwide, as far as the lifespan, while the Nintendo DS has sold over 154 million units and the Nintendo DS has sold over 75 million units. So you look at that and you let me know why they're not making PS Vita no more. I feel like this is the prime example of consumers not knowing what they want because they ask for something and they don't buy it. They ask for the PS Vita, they go to the store, and they rather get a Nintendo DS. They ask for the PS Vita, they go to the store, and they rather get a Nintendo 3DS. Obviously, when it comes to handhelds, Nintendo has had a strong hold over that certain community, but despite the PS Vita's lack of success, it's still a very popular console amongst some gamers. So I would consider it a very niche, if that's even a word when you sell worldwide, you know. But anyways, a very niche audience when it comes to people who enjoy the PS Vita, because obviously compared to the Nintendo DS, Nintendo 3DS, Game Boy Advance, Game Boy, it wasn't even coming close as far as sales. I mean, getting up to 154 worldwide sales in the millions for Nintendo, and that being the highest, and the lowest being in the 75 million range for the Nintendo 3DS. PlayStation Vita sold, and even though it's a lot respectively, compared to this, a whopping 16 million compared to 75 million, which was Nintendo's lowest sales in its handheld consoles. So PlayStation was never competing in the handheld market when it comes to Nintendo. But why do I bring that up? Because PlayStation is coming back once again with a new handheld called Project Q that has apparently leaked, and a lot of people are excited for it. The same people who was excited for the PS Vita and ended up not buying it, instead going with the Nintendo 3DS. Now, in the modern day and age, it's probably going to be a Nintendo Switch instead of Project Q. Because what my thinking is, PlayStation does so well with consoles, right? They've already conquered they already conquered the console race, with Xbox even coming out saying like, yeah, PlayStation got it, but years down the road, because we just bought Activision, we gonna even the odds. So right now, Sony is just buying foreign, like, they just ran away with the console race, so they've won it, right? And far as sales, like objective facts, currently Sony is trying to get into the handheld console space now that they've conquered the console. Is such a tongue twister, but I think they only get into the handheld because of the large gap in the console race. They're like, all right, let's try to go after Nintendo now that we already kind of beat out for Microsoft for now. But that's besides the point. So Sony announced they're working on a new handheld console. They didn't provide any details on it. However, a video leak showcasing what appeared to be a prototype of the console, and here it is right now. Shameless plug, Analytic Dreamz video if you want to watch it alongside me or us. And here's the video right here. As you can see, obviously got some type of screen protector over it. I think you'll probably have to take that off or whatever. It's why it looks so like bubbly or whatever. It's a prototype, so this is how it looks, but it's not exactly the final product. So, you know, it could end up changing. The tablet could be smaller. You could use your own phone, the tablet. I don't know how it's going to end up working. But as you see the back. That's pretty cool. I'm not going to lie. To somebody else, they would be like, what in the world do you have in your hands? But for gamers, for on the flight, if you can play like actual console games on this, which, you know, it's a stretch, it's probably not going to happen. I mean, you see how big the PS5 is. So anyways, you probably only be able to play like very rendered down, like mobile, not mobile, but console games, if that's even a thing. Like mobile versions of games are probably just going to come back with this. I don't, in no world do I think this will actually be able to run console games, but it does look like it will be able to run mobile games to a point where it'll be pretty entertaining. Like imagine playing Apex Legends mobile on this. My point exactly. So anyways, yeah, man, that's all I gotta say about the leak. The video, of course, showed the console's controller, had a touchpad, 2 analog sticks. I'm thinking the touchpad may be replaceable. I don't know. Maybe it can extend or contract with whatever tablet you have. We'll see if that's the actual tablet that comes with it. Sony has not confirmed the video, of course, because it's a leak, and it's possible that the video is real. Also possible that it could be fake. It could be all made up. But anyways, if it's real, we just got our first look at the Project Q upcoming handheld console for Sony, and it'd be interested to do it'll be interesting to see what Sony does with Project Q, because releasing it and the same time span that Nintendo is looking to re-release an upgraded version of the Switch is a competition that I don't know if Sony's ready for. As we've seen over time, their handheld was blown out of the water in worldwide sales when it came to Nintendo's handhelds. So as far as a handheld console race, I don't know if they want that smoke with Nintendo, but in other words, for gamers who love playing mobile games, I think this is just a perfect console. Like, as far as the controller, they finally just straight up copy the Xbox controller. I'm so glad they did that, because the PlayStation console was just so skinny. I'm like, bro, how am I supposed to, like, my hands was almost touching. I'm like, bro, I can't, like, I need a bigger, beefy controller. Like, Xbox controllers are just perfect. I'm like, please just copy that. And they finally kind of did with the new controller. So for the handheld to be going off of the newest controller model, I think it's just perfect. But anyways, I'm not going to spend too much time on this. Just wanted to bring this to y'all attention. We'll see what happens in the future. So anyways, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about this whole PlayStation upcoming Project Q handheld device? And in the grand scheme of things, do you think this will actually end up competing with the latest version of the Nintendo Switch? Alrighty. Shout out to 36 people in the Wisdom chat right now. I definitely appreciate you taking time out of your night to listen to this latest Notorious Mass Effect episode. If you're new, please follow. I cover the latest gaming and hip hop on whatever platform you listen to podcasts on. And now we're getting into the next topic. Let me see. What's the next topic? We're going from one PlayStation leak to another. You gotta love it. You gotta love it. Let me see. We're gonna get into the PlayStation Pro. Not gonna lie to you, PlayStation Pro come out, I'm buying it. Like, at this point, as a actual, like, considering myself a content creator, I consider it till I was able to, like, actually pay for stuff using, like, stuff I made off of content, if that makes sense. Like, when I was actually able to, like, purchase things and save up a lot, well, if the IRS listening, I'm broke, but let's just say an Earth 2, if I was able to save up a lot of money and purchase nice things with my podcast, revenue, it was like, okay, I'm actually a content creator, so let me just, every time a new upgraded console coming out, I'm gonna have to buy it now, man. I gotta do it. Anyways, let me see. Is all the same article? Well, whatever. November 2024 is such an interesting time, because they're trying to go for that Black Friday or that Christmas type of sale. Like, oh, a new console? I gotta get that for Timmy. Like, you know what PlayStation doing? They not slick. All right, let me see. Okay, PS Pro. All right, let's get into PlayStation Pro. Let me see if they can see this. You can see that? Shout out to my people in the Kick and YouTube chat. Definitely make sure to download the Wisdom app, as that's the app I go live on when I'm doing mostly audio content. As always, all of these segments will be uploaded after the fact, so definitely make sure to follow my podcast, Notorious Mass Effect, as I cover the latest gaming and hip hop. And this episode will be up in full probably like tomorrow in the segments I'll put out throughout the week. But besides that, let's get back into it. Now, little Timmy needs an upgraded PlayStation console, because PlayStation is aiming to report. That's not it. All right, taking that off, and we're gonna go with take two. Let me see. Yeah, Stephen A would not be proud. All right, take two, guys. Take two. Seems like little Timmy will be getting that upgraded console just in time for the Christmas season in 2024, as PlayStation is reportedly, according to Tom Henderson of Insider Gaming, aiming for a November 2024 release date, and it's codenamed Project Trinity. The report also claims that PS5 Pro will have a more powerful GPU and RAM than the current PS5, which will allow to play games at higher resolution and frame rates. Also, reminder, this is just a rumor, so I'll take all this information with a grain of salt because Sony has not yet confirmed anything about the PS5 Pro. However, Henderson is definitely a pretty reputable and credible source in the gaming industry, because I would say that a lot of these reports will probably end up being true, as a handheld is being worked on, an upgraded PlayStation console is being worked on, even though PlayStation 5, even Xbox Series X and S, to be fair, had trouble getting out to the masses simply because of the chip shortage, also due to the pandemic. I know a lot of people love to blame the pandemic, but I don't think y'all understand. The world has never went to shut down like it did like it did when the pandemic happened before. So there's a lot of repercussions because of that. And one thing was the chip shortage was a response to the chip shortage was because the manufacturers had to like shut down and it wasn't really running at its full potential. Anyways, so with that being explained, the PS5 Pro should be released in 2024 in November. And while the PS5 is also a very powerful console, it's very huge. That's one thing that stood out to me. Like, why is the PS5 so big? Like, I don't understand. Like, it honestly looks like a computer. What's it called? Is it a router? I don't know if it's a router. The main thing for the computer, I don't know. I've never even had like a whole computer setup. I forget what it's called. But anyways, you know, you have your main like computer rig where you put the GPU and RAM and all that stuff into. You can like interchange the parts. That's what I'm talking about. So that little console, well, not little, that console is like the same size as like a PS5 in my opinion. Like obviously a PS5 is smaller. I'm being a little dramatic, but it's just humongous. It's the biggest PlayStation console I think I've ever owned. So I was definitely thinking it was going to go with the PS5 Slim rather than a whole new upgraded PS5. But we'll have to see what ends up coming about, because 8K performance mode is said to be included, which I don't believe that at all. Seeing is believing for me. And even with that, seeing is believing is interesting because you literally need to pay like thousands of dollars for an 8K TV. Like if your TV can't even run 8K, like what's the point of including that information in there? Anyways, improved frame rates per second, of course, better frame rate stability performance at 4K resolution, 18,000 MT, I don't even know what that means, / memory, 30 work group processor. There's a lot of nerd talk, but I'm just throwing it out there in case y'all gravitate towards it. Majority of studios will receive development kits by late November 2023. So also that's an accelerated ray tracing. I don't know if I did or not, but anyways, I just said it. So PS5 Pro is said to be coming out soon along with the PS5 Slim, I believe. I think I saw another report that said the Slim was also coming out, but also this could all be false. I could just be making stuff up, you know what I mean? But hey, over time, I think the track record, especially when you get to Tom, I feel like the track record is pretty solid. Like this is probably going to happen. It's almost like when Woj tweets about something in the NBA, like you're like, oh, okay, well, this is definitely going to happen now. Woj tweeted about it. So anyways, PS5 Pro, what do y'all think about it? For me, I'm not going to lie. If they come out with an upgraded PlayStation, I'm probably buying it because it can be bigger than this. There's no way. There's just no way. Like, this is a humongous PlayStation console. Like, I don't know if this is normal. Like, obviously it's more upgraded, but isn't it as time goes on, stuff is supposed to get smaller? Like, more powerful while also being smaller? Isn't that how the evolution of technology been? It just seems like the PlayStation 5 being so huge is just like a step back, you know? Hey, maybe I'm just making stuff up. So anyways, click my link tree in my bio and let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about the whole PS5 Pro reportedly aiming to come out November 24th? And also, if the upgraded console comes out along with the PS5 Slim, which one will you end up buying? Alrighty. Let's see what's next. Let me look back over. Let me see. Shout out to we almost have 40 people in the live session. I appreciate y'all taking your time out of your night to listen to me record my latest Notorious Mass Effect episode. If you don't know, that's my bottle. And by bottle, you know what I mean? It's like a what's it called? It's the Bubba bottle. I don't know if y'all have that. But the Bubba bottles are so fire. Like the way it just keeps stuff cold for long periods of time, especially being out in that triple degree weather, man, it's a lifesaver, literally. Like somebody passed out like 2 or 3 days ago because they was in the heat. It was like a whole commotion and stuff because they had to. It was a scary scene, man. Y'all gotta take, make sure to take care of your health, man. You never know what can happen. Let me see. Alrighty. PS5 Pro. Should I get into Diablo? Should I go straight into Mortal Kombat? I should probably get straight into Mortal Kombat. We got to skip Diablo and Baldur's Gate. Let me see. Yeah, because Mortal Kombat's gonna take a while. When I finish Mortal Kombat and Spider-Man, I may double back to Diablo, but Diablo is not even out, I don't think. Is it out? It is out. Baldur's Gate 3 is not out. Yeah, okay. So Baldur's Gate 3 was also on my list. But man, that Utopia, because I'm going to spend a good amount of time on Spider-Man. So that's going to be like another 30 to 40. And then Mortal Kombat. And then YMW Melly, G Herbo, Ebro Drake, and Erykah Badu versus Beyonce. Oh yeah, I forgot about that one. That's tough. All right. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to take a little break. Because, yeah, I'm going to take a break. Y'all probably don't want to know. But, all right. I'll be right back. For my people over at Wisdom, usually I would play music. But, well, I am playing music, but y'all can't hear it, so I apologize. But I'll be right back. It won't take that long. All right, cool. Let me turn this down right quick. All right, appreciate the 41 people in the chat still sticking with me right now. Let me turn this down right quick. All right, cool. We're gonna get to the next topic. I guess 10:50 and it's still like 80 some degrees. That was wild. All right, let me see. I know some people are probably like in the 90s and 100s. Like, I wish it was 80 something. What's the next topic? All right, Mortal Kombat. Bum, 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 bum. All right. I have a lot of links for this Mortal Kombat stuff, so we're gonna do this stuff one at a time. Pause that. I don't know how YouTube is about trailers. I don't think they care about trailers. I think you can play trailers, hopefully. If not, then YouTube may go down. But if that's the case, for my people over at YouTube and Kick, make sure to download the Wisdom app so you can listen to the audio adventure, of course. It'll be uploaded after the fact to my podcast, but you know, I like doing that, the audio aspect live, because it just leads to a lot of different interactions. You know, some people may join in on the Wisdom chat. Some people may type over on the stream, like Xavier445, appreciate you for over in the Kick chat. So like stuff like that, I appreciate. Of course, I appreciate everybody supporting. I just saw his name because he commented. All right, anyways, also make sure to follow. You know, I cover the latest gaming and hip-hop, and we are currently about to get into Mortal Kombat. So for everybody who is a huge gamer, this is the section for you. As I mean, we just got into PlayStation, but still, you know, we about to get into some high profile games like Mortal Kombat and Spider-Man. So yeah, I know how that goes. All right, let me see. Let me do this. Mortal Kombat 1. Like I said, this stream is gonna be long, so hopefully it doesn't go down over at Wisdom. I've only had that happen once, but you know, I just gotta preface that with saying it may go down again, but hopefully it doesn't. Yeah. Alrighty, Mortal Kombat. Let's get into it right now. As a gaming enthusiast, all right, that's not it. Give me 1 second. So with these second takes, man. You know, I pride myself in being a first take type of person. You know what I mean? All right, let me see. All right, cool. All right, let's run that back. My fault. I'll tighten up. As a gaming enthusiast such as myself, let me tell you something. The hardest I've ever sweat on a game, I mean like physically sweat. Like, it's not just a term they throw at gamers and it just came from a made up place. It's a real thing whenever playing video games. Because I don't know about you, when you really get into a game and get into the intense back and forth of combat, more specifically multiplayer, it comes to a point where you may start sweating profusely. Now, I know people who are not gamers may hear that and be like, what is wrong with y'all? But let me tell you, the enjoyment level is to such a high level for some games that it totally is just an enjoyment of. That doesn't even make sense. Give me 1 second. So basically, what I'm trying to say is, when you sweat at a game, the enjoyment factor is so high that you literally don't care. Like literally, that's it. Like that's why they make all the jokes about gamers sweating and everything, and being such a sweat. And because this is a real thing, like you may start sweating when you're playing video games. It just happens, man. It's kind of like sports. You know, I used to play sports, so I can speak to it. You know, you sweat when you play sports. You sweat when you try hard at the game. Same thing, different concepts. One's more respected than the others in terms of the cool factor. But you know, in each respective industry, you see the dollars coming about, and everybody are suddenly more into gaming now. But you know, that's besides the point. So, anyways, what's not besides the point is that we're getting into Mortal Kombat 1, which is releasing. Um, when is this game coming out? It is releasing. Let me just look at the actual site. This game is releasing. I don't know when this game comes out. Let me see. Comes out sometime in September, October. I'm sorry, I should probably know this. I should definitely know this. All right, Mortal Kombat comes out. I'm actually on the actual. I'm on the official site. I still don't know when it comes out. That's great. That's fantastic. Anyway, it's gonna tell us at the end of this trailer, hopefully. But the reason why I want to go through this trailer, also shameless plug, Analytic Dreamz video to watch alongside as I talk about this trailer, but is because I don't know about y'all, but Omni-Man being in this game from Invincible is probably the most interesting fact for me, because of course, when I talked about sweating at the beginning of the segment, it wasn't just a random tidbit or a random fact I was just throwing out there. I believe that I know the hardest I've ever sweat on a game is Mortal Kombat X. I think in general, that's the best multiplayer. That's the best I've ever been at a multiplayer game. So it got to the point where I was taking those matches like extremely, extremely serious. Like if there was like local tournaments I could have joined, I would have did it, because in general, I really enjoyed Mortal Kombat X in a way that I don't think I've ever enjoyed a multiplayer game in my life. Like it was just one of those type of experiences where I was like, wow, I'm a real sweat. Like I'm pulling combos. I'm watching the actual sporting events, well, the esport events. I'm actually watching people compete, not taking notes, but you know, just taking mental notes, like trying to up my game. I'm like, man, I gotta get nice, because this is like, I ended up playing like friends for money for Mortal Kombat X. Of course, I won all of them. That's why I was like, I was really, really nice in Mortal Kombat X. It was like one of those where I was like, dang, I should probably join a tournament. Like as far as rank, I was ranked like pretty high in the game. It was just one of those where I was just really good at the game. And I'm not even just saying that. It's just one of those where you ever know a game that you're really good at and you're just unapologetic about it. Like that's just how it was in MKX. It was just like, man, like forget playing 1-on-1 in basketball for money. I could. It was like the same level for me in MKX playing the 1-on-1 in Mortal Kombat. I know some people out there probably like, man, you ain't nice at basketball. All I gotta say is, you know what I mean, just, you know, find me in person, you know, find out what's the little chart say when they say mess around and find out on the basketball court or MKX. That stuff I was undefeated. But anyways, that's, you know, hey, enough bragging. Let's get into the actual game, because of course Mortal Kombat 1 is from NetherRealm Studios. It's giving us a plethora of just fighting game classics. I think as far as the public perception, the most favorited Mortal Kombat game I think will have to be Mortal Kombat 9 from a public perception standpoint, because a lot of people attribute Mortal Kombat 9 to be the epitome of Mortal Kombat and what led to Injustice 2, as far as like the way they finally got the fighting mechanics to the look of the game. They really just it sort of all came together in Mortal Kombat 9, because I know a lot of people look at the Mortal Kombat versus DC game and they're like, man, this game is not good. For most people, including myself, I mean, not most, but for some people, like they really enjoyed the game, like myself. Like I really enjoyed playing Mortal Kombat versus DC, but I do agree with everybody who says that they significantly improved on the fighting mechanics Mortal Kombat from Mortal Kombat 9 on. So they really improved on it. Mortal Kombat 1 is seeming to be like more of a rendition of Mortal Kombat 11, and as far as like how slow the characters move, but in general I think it still would be a great game. I didn't play Mortal Kombat 11 as much as I played MKX. I think it's just because that came out in a time where I was playing basketball, so like, you know, that doesn't really match up with trying to be competitive at a fighting game. Like, you really have to put time into fighting game, and if you drop off, come back, you may not be the same. So for me, I didn't play Mortal Kombat 11 as much as I did MKX, but when Mortal Kombat 1 comes out, I'm gonna be right back on this. So anyways, let's get into this trailer. I don't know if we're gonna watch the whole thing, maybe not. I'm gonna try to see how loud this is. Hopefully it's not too loud. It seems all right. Yo, all right, so so RDC World, who just, you know, shout out to them, they just ran the DreamCon convention, which just had like around 20,000 people from previously 6,000 people. Going from 6,000 to 20,000, tremendous accomplishment in itself. A lot of people was giving it flack for some of the organization aspects as far as it not being organized, but when you go from 6,000 to 20,000 in any type of event, there's going to be like hiccups. So a lot of people are talking, well, not a lot, some people, a few people are talking about like cancel DreamCon. I don't even know why they're saying that, because, you know, for something built for us, as far as like black people, and the level that's getting to, you kind of have to give it some leeway and some grace as far as like getting better. You can't just be like, oh, cancel it because it wasn't as organized as you would hope. From what I've heard, a lot of people have fun. It's just they have to change some things for it to be more organized, for people to enjoy the benefits that they pay for. So that's why I'm leaving it at. Basically, I brought that up because when watching the RDC World stream, they covered this trailer, right? And the way that Desmond said Gotti had me rolling. I don't know why, but he said like Umagami. If you look at the top left, well, shameless plug, Analytic Dreams video version, Spotify exclusive video version, right? Obviously it says I'm sorry. Obviously it says Gotti, but he said Umagami in such a way. He was like, even Mark was like, bro, are you stupid? Like, bro, that's not how you pronounce it. It was just so funny. And it's just a plethora of those moments throughout RDC World streams. But sorry, I just had to get that out there. All right, so let's get into the Gotti trailer.
Selected from the firstborn daughters of Outworld.
I think y'all can hear it. Hold on, let me turn it up a little bit more. I don't want to make it too loud for y'all.
The royal family.
I will prevail, Earthrealmer.
So I think that's Gotti. I think that's actually the Gotti trailer character. A lot of people don't like Raiden's look right here, which I can kind of understand, but I don't know. You know, I'm gonna be so cheesy in this game. I don't know how cheesy it's gonna be because I obviously ain't played it, but just from looking at it, I'm going to try and run a double Sub-Zero. Like, I'm gonna try to do that as my main, because I feel like throwing out ice clones while also having a cameo fighter like Sub-Zero, like just throwing out freeze attacks over and over and over again, like it just throws me back to the MKX days. Because I know Mortal Kombat 11 didn't really use the ice clone like I would have preferred them to do. Like in MKX and Injustice 2, they used the ice clone perfectly. I don't know why they went away from it. That was my favorite move in Mortal Kombat. I was hitting people with that like that was honestly my best. I was more of like a defensive fighter in MKX. I know it's like nerd talk, but I'm sorry, you have to bear with me. We're covering Mortal Kombat. So for the ice clone to be so prevalent in this game just makes me feel like it's going to be my favorite Mortal Kombat, because the ice clone is like my favorite move in Mortal Kombat history. Like, you know how people feel about the whole Scorpion throwing out his spear and then yelling out, "Get over here"? Like, that's how I feel about Sub-Zero's ice clone. So I'm so excited to see the use of this ice clone in this game. But anyways, let's get back into the trailer.
It was on her watch that the princess's father was murdered.
Also, if you're a little kid, you may have to cover your eyes because there's a lot of graphic imagery right now.
Surrender if you wish to remain unharmed.
Let us pass, Tanya. The Empress and her family are in danger.
Are you so easily taken in by lies?
And then they got Tanya in the game. And then even with Tanya, like, they got a lot of face actors. Like, it's almost like people are actors nowadays in video games. The graphics have got to a point where the people doing mocap and the voice acting is almost actors at this point, especially in the fighting game scenes.
Are you unwell?
Like this is like a scene out of a movie. Like people are actually acting with mocap all over them.
For you to hold the throne, we must keep your secret.
With Liu Kang's help, maybe they'll find a cure.
If he could have helped, he would have done so.
I do like how they're attributing Melina's mouth to I don't know how they call them, but basically the Baraka disease with the mouth of the Baraka people. Like I like how they're attributing that to Melina's mouth.
Is our only release.
We're gonna skip Baraka because I don't really care much about that.
I am still Umgadi. I will.
All right, so that's why it's called Umgadi trailer, because it's because of this person right here.
In my heart, I am.
So this is what the whole trailer is about. So we're not gonna focus too much on that. I have a lot to get into with this trailer, or which is with Mortal Kombat in general. So, of course, let's see when it actually comes out. Does it not give us a release date? It literally just says pre-order to get Shang Tsung. Okay, I don't know when Mortal Kombat comes out. Hopefully we can find it throughout these different tidbits. But because I had the Twitter account pulled up, as you can see right here, but I don't see where the actual release date is. Anyways, that's besides the point. Oh, okay. So another shameless plug: Invincible Adam Eve is out currently, and it was straight fire. I'm not gonna lie. As far as the origin story and animation for superhero, like I don't know who is the writers for this. I mean, obviously it's on Amazon Prime, as you see right here, but I don't know who produces the show. But all I gotta say is there's a reason why actors and writers going on strike, because this is just straight fire. Like they probably like, man, we gotta get paid because y'all not gonna keep making this money off of us and we not get paid. So this is straight fire. This Invincible Adam Eve origin episode, straight heat. Obviously for like little kids, it's a little graphic, so I don't know if your parents want you to watch it, but I mean, as far as graphic, I'm talking about like violence and stuff and fighting, nothing else. But yeah, it's kind of graphic, honestly. And then so the reason I say that, because she's from Invincible. If you don't know, let me see if I can find it. Oh yeah, right here. When I first saw this, I was like, nah, Mortal Kombat going crazy. Like, watch this. Look at this combat reveal. Like this trailer for Combat Pack is insane. First off, that's the best version, best rendered version of Omni-Man I've seen in a while. Like, obviously we've only seen him in animation and the comic books. As far as like video game adaptation and even real life, like these graphics are amazing. Mortal Kombat from 11 on, their graphics has been like completely on point. Like everybody's like, oh, look at MKX, and they're like their graphics compared to now, and it kind of makes sense because it was like MKX was so dark and everything, and this is more lively as far as like colors and the contrast. But as you see right here, we have Omni-Man, and then that's just hard. That's just a hard transition. Now, obviously, they showcased them in the order that they're going to be released. Omni-Man is the first DLC character for Mortal Kombat, and then you saw, I think it was Peacemaker. Let's see. Okay, so we get Omni-Man first. Then we're gonna get Ermac, which a lot of people was killing his design. I just think he needs a mask. I don't think it's that serious. Then you have Peacemaker, which I don't care too much for Peacemaker. I never even watched the series. Then you have Quan Chi, so he's gonna be the fourth person to come from the Combat Pack. And then you have Takeda, and then of course you have Homelander. So in general, I'm excited for Omni-Man. I'm so glad he's the first one because I just think anticipation. The combination of Omni-Man out of the animation series Invincible, which if you haven't seen Invincible, let me tell you right now, you are definitely missing out. Probably if you have, okay, so Homelander is from The Boys, which is another Amazon show, and Omni-Man and Homelander fit so perfectly in a Mortal Kombat feel because of the rating of the show, which is like R. Is very graphic and violence, and Invincible does something in the first episode where I don't want to spoil it, but as far as violence, is very toned down into the end of the episode for a reason. You really have to watch Invincible to know what I'm talking about, because they just want that shock factor of what Omni-Man does. Hopefully it's not a spoiler. But anyways, so Omni-Man and Mortal Kombat, I just think it's a match made in heaven. Like, if you couldn't get, you probably, or Warner Bros. Probably doesn't want super graphic fatalities happening to beloved characters like Batman and Superman. So now to have Omni-Man in here, which is just like an evil version of Superman, so fire. As even though he doesn't have the heat vision and stuff, and the ice breath and all the power, the OP powers that Superman has, he's still very powerful in himself. And if you watch the show, you just know how it's a perfect fit for Mortal Kombat. That's all I gotta say. Watch Invincible and you can find out why it's such a perfect match. Then you have Homelander. So Homelander is another evil Superman clone, but a lot of people are like, why have two evil Supermans in the game? So Omni-Man is from Invincible, of course, own character. Homelander is from The Boys, a separate show, and he's his own character. And it's not like they don't set it up like, oh, this is a clone of Superman. It's just like you obviously can tell it's a takeoff of Superman if he was evil. Omni-Man and Homeland is the best renditions of that evil Superman type of persona I've ever seen since Injustice Superman. And I was thinking, so I'm under the impression, because if you look at the pack for MK11, the combat pack as far as DLC characters, and the combat pack for MKX, they followed a theme. MKX was horror theme, so you had Jason, you had Predator, you had what's his name, Scar, Leatherface, and then you had somebody else. I'm totally forgetting the fourth person. Did I already say Jason? You had Jason, Leatherface, Predator. Man, it was somebody else. I feel like there was somebody else I'm missing. Let me see. I'm gonna find this. MKX DLC characters. Basically, they was going for the horror theme in MKX. And Ed Boon even said himself, they try to go with a theme for the combat packs. So, and Alien, that's what it was. So it was Alien, then you had Jason, Predator, and then you had Leatherface. Okay, that's what it was. Cause I was forgetting the fourth one. I don't even know how I forgot Predator. Predator was super OP in MKX, but that's besides the point. All right, so, and then MK11, you had Robot Cop, you had Rambo, you had Terminator, and then why do I always forget the fourth one? All right, let me see. DLC. I cannot type. Characters. All right, so basically for MK11, following the theme, they had Robot Cop, like I just said, Rambo, Terminator, and then they had Spawn. They had Spawn and the Joker. So that was kind of playing off the whole, I don't know what type of genre you put RoboCop, Rambo, and Terminator in, but you kind of get it, like the theme, especially with RoboCop and Terminator in the same game. Like, they always try to follow a theme, so you can have your fantasy matchups happen in not real life, but in a game like Mortal Kombat. And that's the same thing they put off for MKX, which was horror theme with Jason, Leatherface, Predator, and Alien, right? Predator versus Alien has always been a real thing. Now you get to do it in Mortal Kombat. RoboCop and Terminator, they was like, oh, who will win in a fight? Oh, now you get to do it in MK11. Now, fast forward to MK1, Homelander versus Omni-Man has been a real thing. Now we get to play it out in Mortal Kombat. So what I'm thinking is, this is more of a heroes and villains type of, or maybe just straight villains, because it's two villains up here. I'm hoping it's a heroes and villains, and hear me out. I know Warner Bros. Probably doesn't want their beloved Superman, Batman characters getting, what they call it, disfigured or just completely torn apart in gruesome Mortal Kombat fatality style. But I do believe they have a prime opportunity to put Superman in this game. I know what y'all probably saying. It don't make no sense. You just said Mortal Bros probably doesn't want Mortal Kombat to have those fatalities on them, right? Which is why in Mortal Kombat versus DC, the fatalities was really toned down, and for the heroes, it was and the villains, it was like heroic brutality, and then for villains, it was like a soft core fatality. It wasn't really like a real fatality, but because of NetherRealm giving us such a Superman version, such a perfect rendition of an evil Superman in Injustice 1 and 2, hopefully they can pull off putting Injustice Superman in this game. Now, I know what you're saying. It's probably not going to happen, but that's what I would want. I would want Superman, Injustice Superman, because remember, he's just straight evil. And what they can do is, so I guess fans don't think it's the beloved Superman getting messed up or fatality or whatever. Maybe they can put the Superman at the end of Injustice 2 in this game, where he went full on Brainiac, where he took on his like powers or whatever. He had a full new look, looking like Brainiac Superman. I don't think they would do it, because if you're going to put Superman in the game, why not just give him his regular clothes? But if he's a hero, it wouldn't make sense to have him in this game, because like Warner Bros. Doesn't want that happening to him. Even though DC is more of a darker tone, I feel like Marvel has always been a lighter tone as far as the superhero story elements. So I think it could work putting Superman in this game. That's what I would want. Like Omni-Man and Homelander and Superman in the same game. Which brings up another point. A lot of people are like, how could you have two Superman clones in this game? They're just going to play the same. And I feel like those people have never watched Invincible and definitely never watched The Boys. If you don't know, I'm about to nerd out and quote unquote geek out right quick. But Omni-Man and Invincible is like a decade, century. He's like centuries, decades old, right? Like the older you get, their race, which is like the Viltrumites or whatever, the older they get is the stronger they are. And they've had a Thanos type moment at their home planet where it's like only the strong survive. So a lot of the people was killed by themselves because they're trying to find out who's the strongest. Obviously, Omni-Man was one of them. He wasn't the strongest. That was like Thrag. But he was one of the strongest. So Omni-Man is a trained fighter and has fought against people at his power level, and he knows like different fighting styles, right? For Homelander, is a completely different story. He's the only one with all of his powers in the show. Like everybody, like somebody may have super speed, somebody may have super strength, somebody may be able to teleport or whatever, but they don't have all of the powers in one, like Homelander. Like literally throughout the show, it's all about killing Homelander, because they're like, bro, this man could go off and then like nobody could stop him, which he basically does. So he fights people always below his power level. He's never fought anybody on his level, and he's more of a bully in The Boys rather than an actual combatant as far as a fighter. So I would think the way that they differentiate the fighting styles is Homelander would be more of a zone type character, using his heat vision, because that's the biggest difference between Homelander and Omni-Man. Homelander actually has heat vision, Omni-Man doesn't. He just has the flight and super strength and durability, and Homelander has like heat vision. I don't think he has the ice breath. Super hearing. Basically, it's the heat vision that separates Homelander and Omni-Man the most, and the fighting experience as far as people on their own level. So Omni-Man fits perfectly with Mortal Kombat. Homelander, not so much. He can't really, I'm not gonna say he can't fight, but like he's never tested himself against somebody on his own power level, where Omni-Man has multiple times fought people on his own power level and won because of his tactics and fighting ability. So all right, I'm done nerding out. So basically, I think Homelander should be a zoner with his heat vision, and Homelander should be just a straight up brawler. Like he should be able to be a grappler, and not a up close type character, but a character that can like have command grabs from like flying. And Homelander should just use his heat vision and should be able to do a lot of combos off of heat vision, if that makes sense. Like he should be able to launch somebody from heat vision and then do a little combo and then like back up. Like you shouldn't be able to actually throw hands with Homelander. Omni-Man, you should be able to like have certain technical fighting moves with Omni-Man, but with Homelander, it should just be a bunch of just wild punches and a lot of heat vision. So if it doesn't make sense to people, all you need to know is Homelander will probably be used as a zoner, whereas Omni-Man will fight as a straight up brawler and up close and personal and command grabs and that type of stuff. So hopefully that makes sense. But anyways, definitely watch Invincible and The Boys, because they definitely showcase why people don't even think Omni-Man versus Homelander is a real thing. Like as far as like the respective shows, Omni-Man would easily wipe the floor with Homelander. So anyways, that's the last time I nerded out. My fault. All right, let me see if they actually give us a release date in this video. So they said Homelander is available spring 2024. They said Omni-Man is going to be the first. Let's see. When does this game come out? You would think they would just tell us. Let me see. Official announcement trailer. Usually at the end of videos, they give you like a tagline. They're like, Mortal Kombat is coming out. Oh, finally. Okay. September 19th. That's when this game's coming out. So I knew it was sometime soon. So September 19th is when this game comes out. And then Omni-Man is coming like 2 to 3 weeks after if you have DLC pack pre-ordered. Well, if you have DLC pack, I don't know if it's pre-order or if you just bought a DLC pack, but you get it early. You get it like a week earlier. So yeah. Obviously, with Homelander being the last in the combat pack, that's probably a bummer for people who's like if Homelander's your fan favorite, then you know you gotta wait a little bit to get Homelander. But of course, MK1 has so many characters within his own roster, so I'm not really too worried about that. Like I can't wait to play a Sub-Zero, as that's always been my main in Mortal Kombat games, always my favorite. Anyways, let me see what else. I think it's basically it. They went over some Scorpion. They went over some Scorpion gameplay, as you can see right here.
Okay, cool. Pressure to get it right. Fair.
He has this.
And it seems like he doesn't have his sword anymore, but it's a lot of interesting stuff he uses with his little like spear thing. I don't know what you actually call that, the thing he throws out.
And he has
But
special moves with it.
you know, a lot of special moves, as you can see.
Right.
Oh my gosh, I love it. Just those little nods and throwbacks. That's some of my favorite.
And then she does a lot of good combos. I'm trying to see if they can find it. Oh yeah, here it is. This one's fire. This combo right here, she went crazy. Like I just know if somebody get hit with this in online, they're gonna get so upset. Like, look how much life that took off. Anyways, all right, let me stop nerding out. Yeah, y'all understand. So September 19th is when Mortal Kombat 1 is coming out. Now let's get to the spoilers, I guess, of the segment. So Mortal Kombat roster is already leaked. Apparently, we have the announcement of the rest of the characters on the original. So the original roster that's coming out, the base roster. We have Shao Kahn, Reptile. I don't know who the other person is. You have Sindel, Havoc, Notorious. Some of these are OG like Mortal Kombat characters, so they're really digging into the lore with some of these characters. And then you have Garrus. And of course, you'll see the cameos down there. Like I said, Analytic Dreamz video version for the video element. It doesn't go any closer than that. Anyways, y'all can kind of see. I can't like zoom in, but y'all can see the cameo fighters down there along with the name. Some of them are blocked out because they still don't know the rest of them. Like as far as the combat, obviously you got the DLC people right here. So these last two spots right here, they're rumored to be Harley and Doomslayer. I don't know. I really want them to put Superman in the game. Like Superman versus Omni-Man, like that would just be so fire. Even though Superman wipes the floor, like Superman's just an OP character in general. That's why I think every Superman movie is hilarious, because you have to either take his powers, or you have to use the green rock, which is, you know, the kryptonite. Like Superman's just too OP to have regular villains. Like he's too OP as a superhero. That's why I always enjoy Spider-Man movies, because he's never OP. Even though Spider-Man could get to a point of being like kind of OP with the spider sense, but Superman is like supremely OP. Like it's just not even funny. Like that's why the whole Batman versus Superman story is just so hilarious, because it's like, bro, every time he's gonna use kryptonite, and then now the playing field is level. But whenever a real enemy comes out, there's a reason why Superman and Wonder Woman is always fighting the main villain, while in the Justice League, if you ever watch the animated show, they're fighting the main villain while Batman's just like swinging around throwing batarangs from afar. Like, you know, he can't really hang with most of the villains. But hopefully they put Superman in this game. I know they probably won't because they don't want heroes getting completely dismembered by fatalities, but you know, it's just one of my wish list things I would love to see happen. Superman, Omni-Man, and Homelander in the same game. Like, come on now. I don't know who else you would put. Maybe Invincible. It's so funny how they put. I mean, the show is called Invincible, but Omni-Man was the one that made it in Mortal Kombat. Like, obviously, people was like, I mean, why wouldn't he make it? But I don't know, man. We gotta show some love to Invincible. Like, he always getting whooped in his own show. Why not put him in Mortal Kombat to get whooped too? I don't know. So what else? There was something else I wanted to get to. Was that it? I think that was basically it. The leak roster. Let's see anything else. So we have Gotti. They revealed Garrus. That's the latest. 2 days ago, they revealed Garrus in a trailer. Garrus is always interesting because his playstyle is like time skip type stuff. So his playstyle is like a lot of interesting creativity that you have to implement for his gameplay. Hold on, I'm trying to find it. He like freezes people sometimes. Let's see. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the time skip one. Like he has this move. It's like a flash type move where he like freezes him. He doesn't move, and then after you can like continue the combo. Hopefully they play it. I don't know if I'm not.
And destiny.
I don't know if this is the right one. Hopefully it is. Yeah, see right here, he can do a move, and then the last move like launches him or does something where you can continue the combo, and that's just super fire. Let's see, and then let me see. That's just like the creativity for Garrus is just through this. It's just actually kind of crazy. But look at this fatality from Liu Kang. This is honestly probably one of the best fatalities I've ever seen. Like they kind of cut away because they know what they're doing. They know people are just gonna clip the Liu Kang fatality, but look at this. This man summons a black hole because if you don't know, Liu Kang's like the most powerful person in the story, which even that, it's like a Superman type effect. Like, how are we supposed to think anybody can fight Liu Kang now if he has all these powers? Like, this man literally goes to space. He instantly creates a black hole, and then look what happens. Sorry for the graphic imagery, but it is Mortal Kombat. So you gotta know what you get yourself into. But anyways, so yeah, so that's let's see if they show any other information. All right, so there you go. Again, September 19th is the official release date for Mortal Kombat 11. And the biggest thing with that is just like, bro, Mortal Kombat has a lot of characters in its base roster that could put out and still be phenomenally, like, as far as sales wise. If you don't know, Mortal Kombat 11, which was the last game, was the best selling Mortal Kombat ever. So yeah, NetherRealms is definitely riding high off this Mortal Kombat, and it makes sense why. You know, I thought they was gonna go the Injustice 3 route, which since you know it's been some time since Injustice 2, but kind of makes sense. You know, riding high off Mortal Kombat 11, why not just give the people another Mortal Kombat game and see where the sales lie? Because I think statistically, Mortal Kombat 11 is the best selling game like ever. Not like all time sales, because of course that's probably like some old game that's had time to, you know, accumulate so many sales. As far as like fastest selling and best selling, Mortal Kombat 11 is like the best fighting game sales wise of all time. So yeah. What else? I think that's basically it. So yeah, the biggest thing I'm excited for is definitely Omni-Man. I can't wait to fight as him in Mortal Kombat, and hopefully he's just throwing straight hands, and hopefully if one of his fatalities don't involve a train, for the people who watch Invincible, y'all know what I'm talking about. If one of his fatalities don't involve a train, I ain't gonna lie to you, I may boycott. I may mess around, boycott Mortal Kombat. But I already know they do every DLC character is always done right by NetherRealm, so I never have any like complaints or even like hesitations on how the character's gonna play. I know it's gonna be like probably specifically specific to the character as. Even the creator of Omni-Man, like he was watching it, he was like, they gave him like a list of fatalities. He was like, oh, we could go with this one or that one from the show. And he was like, oh wow, like y'all really done y'all homework. So that's all I needed to know. If the creator of the character is like, even they was coming up with stuff he didn't even imagine. Like yeah, I already know Omni-Man's gonna be all right. So yeah, that's basically it. What else? What else y'all need to know? That's basically the biggest thing. I think something about pre-ordering. You get to be in the let's see. Oh yeah, here it is. This is the next thing I want to get into. So you can pre-order and receive Shang Tsung. I can't say his name. Shang Tsung. My fault. Shang Tsung. I don't even know if I said that right. All right, my fault. And access to the closed beta August 18th through the 21st. So if you pre-order, you can play Mortal Kombat early August 18th through the 21st. And obviously you see right here, they have a lot of other premium edition like cameo characters, 1 week early access to DLC characters. That's the one I was talking about. So you don't get that from the regular version. Obviously you have to get the premium edition for that. But anyways, that's basically all I wanted to get into. Click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about the Mortal Kombat news I just went over? And what excites you the most about the upcoming Mortal Kombat game set to be released September 9th? Shout out to the 43 people we have in the Wisdom chat right now. If you could please, make sure to hit that follow button to be notified when I go live. And also, follow my Notorious Mass Effect podcast on whatever platform you listen to podcasts on. In general, we just surpassed 1.2 million downloads in just under 7 months for the hosting platform Red Circle for the podcast. So like I just said, available on all podcast platforms via Linktree in bio. So yeah. Let's get back into it. What's next? Spider-Man. You already know I'm about. If y'all thought I was nerding out for Mortal Kombat, man, just wait till you get to Spider-Man. This is gonna be something serious. I ain't gonna lie. Y'all gonna be like, man, this man's a nerd. I'll be like, yep. All right. Anyways, give me 1 second. All right, I'm back. Also, for my people over in the Kick and YouTube chat, make sure to download the Wisdom app to be notified when I go live. I mostly go live on Wisdom. I'm doing audio only content. Obviously, Kick and YouTube is a little different, as you can see the video elements and the elements I play with my laptop as far as audio. But as far as Wisdom, I think the biggest thing to say for the app Wisdom is that it has a feature where you can join in live, which is the accessibility factor is made like very easy as far as if you want to be a part of the pod and just add your 2 cents, which I've had people do before, and I enjoyed it. I enjoyed different perspectives. I love to say it's a safe space, open dialogue, and I love different perspectives. So yeah, as long as it's respectful, of course, you know how that go. All right, so Spider-Man. Let's see. All right, the last gaming topic of the episode. Let me see. Where we at? We at 3 hours. It don't even feel like it. That's crazy. Not just playing, my fault. All right, let me pull this over here. Like I said, I got a lot of links. A lot of links for Spider-Man. Let's see. All right, let me see. All right. I think we almost got this up. Okay, October 20th. Is that when the game actually comes out? Let me make sure. Yeah, okay, it is. All right, and just had to fact check that right quick. Don't want to just be spreading false news. Alrighty, let's get into Spider-Man 2. The reason I switched over to Xbox to PlayStation, the reason why I have said multiple times that this is the best rendition of Spider-Man we've ever received, and also the reason why I'm already calling this the best game of 2023 is because if you don't know, if you haven't listened to the podcast, which you definitely should, follow at Notorious Mass Effect. I've been on the record saying multiple times that Spider-Man is my favorite fictional creation of all time. Very nerdy type facts I'm throwing at you right now, but I just feel like you need to know where I stand with the character of Spider-Man. So in general, when a game like a developing studio like Insomniac gives us the best rendition of Spider-Man in at least 30 to 40 hour type playthrough format, whereas we've received atrocious, I just mean downright atrocity creation, like just atrocities in spin-off video games such as the Amazing Spider-Man video spin-off games 1 and 2. Both of them was atrocious. The Sam Raimi Spider-Man games, they were solid, but definitely nothing compared to this, except for Spider-Man 2. Let's not be disrespectful. I do feel like some of the one-off and like what if type of Spider-Man stories did Spider-Man justice, such as Spider-Man Edge of Time, Spider-Man Web of Shadows, and even I think it was called The Spectacular Spider-Man, which is like the very first game I think did Spider-Man versus Venom right. You got to play as Venom and you got to play as Spider-Man, met up at the end, and the post-game content was you being able to go GTA style rampage as Venom. Like that game, probably one of my favorite Spider-Man games of all time. But of course, not the favorite, as that title is held by the first Spider-Man game by Insomniac titled Spider-Man PS4. Now, I don't know why, but because of the gap, I felt like they was going to call this Spider-Man PS5, which, kind of makes sense because I don't know what the time slate is for the next Spider-Man game as far as Spider-Man 3. But I do believe Spider-Man PS5 could have been a fitting title, but it kind of makes sense as I think they know what they're doing with titling this Spider-Man 2. If you don't know, the Sam Raimi Spider-Man 2 movie was spectacular. Probably the best Spider-Man movie ever created. The video game attached to that is arguably the best video game ever made. Granted, it was a spin-off of the movie, but also people attribute it as just overall being a solid game in itself. Like, I had a lot of villains that wasn't even showcased in the movies, especially the Mysterio elements. But what I do want to say is I feel like Insomniac threw away the Spider-Man PS5 title to title it Spider-Man 2 to let you know how they coming. They trying to go for the throne as the best Spider-Man game ever. Well, I already give them the throne as far as Spider-Man PS4, but a lot of people still want to argue that Spider-Man 2 is the best game ever created, which, you know, I'm not mad at that. That definitely set the groundwork for a lot of future Spider-Man games as far as like the what's the word called? As far as the starts with I definitely forgot. Let's just say intuitive. The intuitive gameplay mechanics and just being a pioneer of having webs actually stick to something and having some type of skill gap with swinging. If you don't remember, back in the day, shameless plug, follow my Analytic Dreamz video version to watch the video alongside the audio elements, of course. You know, Spotify exclusive, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify. Okay, with that being said, this is where we came from. We've went from this type of Spider-Man with these type of graphics, you know, not just like not downgrading or like just completely trashing this, because this is what they was working with back in the day. This was a solid game. This was another solid game, and definitely a slept-on gem in my opinion. I don't know what it's actually called. Like, it's the old Spider-Man where you couldn't even touch the ground. But anyways, the Spider-Man versus Venom in this game was actually done well, and they were just comparing the graphics from that to the Spider-Man 2 game that's currently about to come out. And let me just say, as a Spider-Man fan, the evolution of technology just has to be appreciated more when you see stuff like this. We went from this in the span of what, 10 to 15 years to this in Spider-Man 2. Like the graphical leaps and bounds we've made with the evolution of technology. As a gamer, I feel like you just have to give it up to developers, because there has to be a lot to make this type of game, especially with the runtime of, it's probably gonna be at least 30 to 40 hours, like at the very least. So that's why for video games in general, Spider-Man 2 is just one of those games where I've just been looking forward to it since I completed Spider-Man PS4 for the like 4th time. Like, I played that game from start to finish like 3 or 4 times. I know it's kind of a sweaty type of fact, but hey, like I said, Spider-Man's my favorite fictional creation of all time. So as far as the nerd, I definitely nerd out when it comes to Spider-Man content. But anyways, let's get into the story trailer, because what I'm gonna tell y'all right now is I have no idea what I'm talking about. All this information I'm about to tell you right now is just completely false. And if anybody from Insomniac is listening, just know that I am full of it. I don't know what I'm talking about. So you shouldn't sue me, because I don't know anything. Like, honestly, I just made all this up, what I'm about to say. So you should probably click off, honestly. All right, with that being said, for the people still here, if you don't want spoilers, I would definitely leave. Honestly, the way I talk about Spider-Man, I love to get into the nerdy elements of it, which is behind the scenes stuff and what's shown to you. So just like I did for the Spider-Man No Way Home, the MCU movies, like when the information came out with how those movies was going to go about, I always love to learn about what's going to happen, because I know in the video game they're still going to showcase the element of surprise when you see the actual presentation of it. So with that being said, I'm going to get into stuff that will be spoilers. So definitely, if you don't want spoilers for the game, I would click off and come back after you beat the game, and I don't know, you can come back and either say I was wrong, or you could say, you know what, it is pretty different when you play the game. It's a little different experience. So I like to know what's going to happen, not like beat for beat, but you know, still, it's like the overview of the story. I want to know everything I can about it. But as far as the baseline stuff, of course, this game comes out October 20th, 2023. Very interesting. It's coming out in October, which is Halloween season, which is also like a very popular Venom date, which, if you don't know, the past 2 Venom movies I think came out around October. So as far as the Halloween and Venom appeal, is definitely it definitely goes hand in hand. So it's a great marketing tactic in that sense. And I do believe we're going to end up getting a Venom spinoff game. Wink, wink. And I do believe that in general, the way that they're going about this is setting up anticipation for Venom in a way that Miles was set up in Spider-Man PS4. Now, I don't know how I know that. I just made it up. So anyways, Insomniac already came out and said they're working on another AAA title, and they're not letting us know the name. I don't know why, you know. But anyways, all I gotta say is Venom is being propped up like Spider-Man, like Miles Morales was in Spider-Man PS4, and Miles Morales ended up getting a spin-off game, which wasn't as long, but it was still a spin-off game based off of Spider-Man PS4. So do up that information what you will. Hopefully we can put two and two together. I did say I'm getting into spoiler territory, but if somebody from like Insomniac is listening, which I don't know why you would be, because you know I'm just completely like what I'm saying right now is just completely false. So I would just, you know, go to a more informed person to talk about the game, or to listen about the tidbits about the story. So anyways, also it's a PlayStation 5 exclusive action adventure genre developed by Insomniac Games, of course, published by Sony Interactive. If you don't know, Sony owns the rights to Spider-Man. If you're wondering why Marvel is even able to make Spider-Man movies, it's because they are leasing out Spider-Man to the MCU so they can show Sony how to make a good Spider-Man movie, literally. Because if you've seen with Sony, all of the all of the Spider-Man villain spin-off movies they've made have been mediocre at best. I mean, just ask all Morbius fans. So anyways, the game picks up, let me see, I forget how long. I think it's like 2 years after the events of Miles. I'm not sure about that one. Let me see. Similar, let's see, characters. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's basically it. I was just covering the baseline stuff. All right, let's get into the actual trailer. And like I said, may or may not be spoilers throughout the trailer. All right. Also, Analytic Dreamz video if you want to watch alongside while I'm covering this, and on Spotify, exclusively on Spotify as far as the podcast video version is concerned. All right. Hopefully this is loud enough. I think it is. I guess we're gonna find out.
It's a miracle I'm even sitting here now. I got a second chance. And I'm gonna take advantage of that.
All right, so basically, first, let's get to the first spoiler, I guess. So apparently this man is like anti-Venom. So the reason that what's his name, Martin Lee, like Mr. Negative, is still in this game is because if you don't know, in the comics, Lee is trying to cure something and he's using a symbiote to cure it and ends up creating anti-venom. In this game, obviously the plot points are setting up for the same thing to happen. Martin Lee is still in the game. Harry is sick, which is why in the first game the symbiote wasn't attached to him. It was like beside him in the tube because the symbiote like rejects him. So Martin Lee like uses the symbiote in a way to turn it into anti-venom, so Harry can actually wear the symbiote suit, but then he actually becomes anti-venom. That makes sense. I think anti-venom is like a villain, so I wonder how they're gonna go about that. And I think we may get like an interesting fight scene with Spider-Man and anti-venom, because I don't know, I'm not sure on this point, but I feel like when you come to the Spider-Man 3 movie, how Harry used Spider-Man using his like Green Goblin powers or whatever. I forget what they called him. Like he had the little, I liked his design, but in general he was like Green Goblin Jr. But when he was helping out Spider-Man at the end of Spider-Man 3, I think that's kind of like the type of beats that they're gonna go with here. Harry helping out Spider-Man with the anti-venom suit. I don't know how long he's gonna have it. All I know is anti-venom is gonna show up in some capacity. And the main thing you need to know is that the developers straight up lied to y'all, and the reason for that is because the reason for that is because of the made up sources that I have. Not me, like in particular, but just like where it's at. I don't want to like specifically say it because they may like, I don't know, try to find that person, because that's the origin of where I'm getting all this information. But anyway, so for the made up stuff that's coming out, they had to get ahead of it and basically discredit it. So what they said was Eddie Brock is not Venom, but he is Venom. They just lied to y'all because the fake stuff, well, the made up sources that I have claim that Eddie Brock has playable sections in this game and will end up becoming Venom because of his hatred not only for Peter and for Spider-Man. If you don't know, in Spider-Man PS4, there was a note signed by Eddie Brock talking about nice working with you. Apparently that was like sarcasm or whatever, and they didn't have a good relationship while Peter was at the Bugle. So they're gonna talk about that, So their relationship's not going to be the best. And then you're going to have playable sections as Eddie Brock, and then Spider-Man's going to do stuff to like make Eddie Brock angry, so that when he gets the Venom suit, now it's like a match made in heaven. Because if you don't know, the reason why Venom is important is because it's literally the antithesis of Spider-Man. Like the way that Venom is made, and basically his whole image is based off of being the angry, like is treating Peter and Spider-Man like the ex that got away. So now Venom is like the angry ex, is why the whole look comes about the way it does. It's a resemblance of Spider-Man because that's his like true love. That's how it's always been told to me in the comics. Venom loves Peter and Spider-Man, and when Peter takes off the suit forcibly, you know, with the bell and the vibrations and stuff, Venom is just on a never-ending path of wanting to kill Peter and Spider-Man because it basically dumped them. So Eddie Brock is just more of a source to kill Spider-Man, more than like it actually being its own character. That's why the Venom movie makes no sense with no Spider-Man. Like with Sony, there's a reason why they're leasing off Spider-Man to MCU, because they don't know what they're doing at all. And even with MCU Spider-Man, that's not the greatest rendition, because like I keep saying, there's no Venom without Spider-Man, and the reason why it even looks or resembles Spider-Man is because of the relationship it had. It was his first host, and it fell in love with Peter. So hopefully that makes sense. I don't know. All right, let's keep going.
Second chance.
Oh yeah, so that was a big thing I was saying there. Eddie Brock has playable sections, and he is the main villain as Venom. So Eddie Brock will be Venom. That's the reason why they came out and said Eddie Brock wasn't Venom, because the made up sources that I have came out and said that Eddie Brock was Venom. And they kind of want that to be a surprise. Kind of like in Spider-Man PS4, how Doc Ock wasn't revealed until the very end. Like same stuff.
I'm gonna take advantage of that.
So we have Harry talking to Peter. And by the way, this new face model, like I don't know why everybody's making a big deal about it, but I don't really think it's that big of a deal. Like they went with the new face model for Peter. I don't know if they didn't want to pay the old actor or what happened, but anyways, they went with a new face model, and here we have it.
Heal the world.
So of course you have Miles and Peter. And apparently this game starts off, isn't that just a great shot of the Ferris, or not the Ferris, of the fair, like the Ferris wheel and everything. It's just straight fire. Oh, and the big wheel in the background apparently is like an Easter egg of an actual big wheel villain back in the Spider-Man lore. I never read about the big wheel, but apparently it's like a, you know, like one of them D-list villains. It's pretty funny how they have this in there, and everybody's like, oh, that's the, you know, it's literally just a Ferris wheel called the big wheel. But it's kind of funny how people are attributing that to be an Easter egg for an actual villain called the big wheel in Spider-Man lore. So I just thought that was funny. But anyways, the story starts off with like Miles and Peter, you know, trying to find a serial killer, and Peter tells Miles to stay back because, you know, serial killers are like sensitive and stuff, so he wants to handle it. And also I think he also tells Miles to stay back because when you get to in the game, you realize that it's Yuri who's turned into Wraith, which in Spider-Man PS4 they built up her anti-hero kind of arc with all her police officers being murdered and stuff, and so now she goes the villain route. It's kind of like the Red Hood and Batman under the Red Hood. It's like all of these people are dying because we just lock up the villains and they just get out. So now Yuri is Wraith, and Wraith just straight up kills all the bad guys and villains. So it's not like a serial, well, I guess it is still a serial killer, but still it's like she's technically an anti-hero, but she's just killing people. So she's like breaking the Batman rule kind of. So like Spider-Man's like going after her and stuff like that. So it's kind of personal to Peter, and that's like the first chapter of the game. So I think Wraith is the first major villain of the chapter, kind of like how Kingpin was in Spider-Man PS4, except this one's going to last a little bit longer in Spider-Man 2. Not too long, but you're going to spend significant time as Peter at the beginning of the game fighting as Wraith. Chapter 2 is like Kraven going after the Lizard, and then the introduction of Venom. Chapter 3 is like Venom and Green Goblin. So maybe not Green Goblin. I heard that was like, well, I just made it up in my head that maybe Green Goblin would be a part of Venom as far as the tag team duo, but we're gonna see. But in general, so that's kind of how the big villains is gonna go about, which is still jam packed. Like Kraven himself could carry a game, I believe, and to have Venom alongside Green Goblin, and then Wraith is kind of like, you know, an introductory villain. Like, he's like, oh, okay, well, we gotta fight Wraith. You know, that's like the tutorial segment. Like, you're going to fight Wraith, but it's also teaching you how to play the game. So yeah, so that's how the game starts off. Anyways,
guys, this is my best friend Harry.
And obviously, if I'm going too fast, y'all can always like rewind and stuff. I'm pretty sure like I'm breaking it down pretty nicely.
Good to meet you.
Hopefully. If not, then, you know.
Still gonna have time for tutoring? We'll figure it out. I didn't know there were.
So also, Insomniac is going with a darker red of the suit, which I'm so glad for, because I don't know why, but in Spider-Man PS4, Spider-Man was really like orange. I'm probably colorblind, so maybe I'm not the best person to talk about this, but the color was lighter than red. It was like an orange type color. And Spider-Man 2 is like a dark red, so it's like he's back to his actual colors. I don't know if that's just a weird like fun fact, but there you have it.
Bears in these woods? Hey MJ, I have another name for you. Craven. He's here on some kind of hunt.
No, if you need me, I'm just a call away.
Hey, you don't know what you took from me.
And then you have, oh, so that's Wraith from the first chapter when they chasing the serial killer. That's her right there. This is Miles, of course. I don't even know why I said that. Y'all know that.
You're on some kind of hunt.
No, if you need me, I'm just a call away.
Oh, that's why I paused it. Because basically throughout this game, I guess Peter's not like distant, but you know, Miles is wanting like a mentor and stuff. And I guess Peter, with the black suit and everything going on in his life, he's not able to be as involved in Miles' life. That's why at the beginning he was like, you still gonna have time for tutoring, kind of talking about the Spider-Man stuff. And Peter's kind of like a distant partner in a sense. Like, he's not like Batman taking him under his wing. He's kind of like, you know, obviously I'm gonna teach you, but at this point in the story, Peter's kind of distant. So that's why Miles is like on his own sometimes. And then there's the famous Martin Lee.
No, if you need me, I'm just a call away.
With the interesting hairdo, I might add. Like, this man has definitely spent some time in prison, because look at his hair compared to Spider-Man PS4. Like, that is just, that man going through it. So anyways, he's important to the story because that's how Anti-Venom comes about. And in the comics, he was real important to like how Anti-Venom was created. So he's probably gonna end up, I don't know if they're breaking him out or what's happening, because if you see, there's a lot of commotion in the background. You see in the background, it's like a propeller was not supposed to be. It's a lot of stuff going on as far as like destruction. So in general, I think they need him to help cure Harry, and he ends up making Anti-Venom. I don't know if he does it cognizantly or if he does it on accident, but I think at some point he's gonna end up interacting with the symbiote and end up making Anti-Venom for Harry.
What you took from me.
All Miles talks about it.
Oh, and then that's Wraith. So that's what Wraith looks like.
Know what you took from me.
So basically, in the first story trailer, you have a synopsis of all the villains that Kraven's gonna go after, and you get a nice render of what Wraith mask will look like. And that's kind of what it looks like right there. Like, she's going around. I don't know if those are villains or whatever. Oh, it looks like Spider-Man. Spider-Man is somebody else. I don't know if it's MJ or what. Some random person. But it seems like Wraith is just killing all the villains. Like, at this point, she just don't care. She's just like, all y'all gotta die, because she was a police officer. She was like, we just lock them up, they get out and kill more people. So now she's on a murdering spree. She's like, every person that committed a crime, just straight death. So of course Spider-Man has to stop her, and this is the first chapter of the game.
All Miles talks about is how to be a better Spider-Man.
So that's the point when Miles' mom is like, hey, Miles wants to be mentored and you kind of distant. You're not really mentoring him like you need to be. And so Peter's just like, hey, like, that's tough. And then just goes about his day.
How to help you.
And then, of course, you know, the black suit. We saw that in the story trailer. This stuff's so fire. Like, the way they're using the suit as it's alive, and also the design. Because I heard a lot of people like upset about how the suit looks, but I think it's a play off of how unique the original Spider-Man suits look. Like, for the black suit, they kind of went with the classic version, but in their own unique way. Whereas the regular Spider-Man suit, the white symbol is a no-no for like any type of suit design for Spider-Man. So the way that Insomniac was able to pull that off, and people like agree that it's like a great rendition of a Spider-Man suit. I mean, obviously people like the classic more. And I feel like the classic is like poorly rendered on purpose, because if you look at the classic suit on Spider-Man PS4 compared to the advanced suit, like they know what they was doing. If they would have made the classic suit, because all the DLC suits they put into the game is like fully like rendered and like the graphics are like fire, but the classic suit I feel like it's a little muddy on purpose, because they know if they really put like graphical effort into it or just like enhancements into it, people would prefer that over the advanced suit. Because even me, I'm still gonna say I prefer the classic suit, but the advanced suit is still fire. So that's what they're going with. It's like the advanced symbiote take, advanced symbiote suit take right here. I mean, you kind of can't see it, but yeah.
He's not himself. Go help him.
Oh, that was a big thing. So my
What the hell's going on with Pete? He's not himself.
so right here, if you never read the comic book, dang, I forget what it's called. Basically, it's when Spider-Man goes full of Venom. It's like when, I forget what it's called. Yeah, I forget what it's called. But anyways, Spider-Man basically throughout the story, he like goes to the Fantastic Four to get the suit off. Well, not to get the suit diagnosed about like what it's doing to him. Basically, Reed Richards from the Fantastic Four is like, hey, we probably need to take a closer look at it, so can you take it off? Obviously, the suit doesn't want Peter to take it off, so Peter ends up not taking it off and abruptly storms out of the Fantastic Four building. And then a lot ends up happening, but all you need to know is like he really goes off the rails and just starts like he ends up breaking J. Jonah Jameson's hand at one point. He like busts into the Daily Bugle, threatens him and breaks his hand, like puts his hand into Jameson's on the wall and like crushes it. And so not like completely, but like breaks his hand basically. So I'll be interested if we see that in this game. And also as far as MJ, it gets to a point where the symbiote suit just takes over Spider-Man or Peter Parker. So I would guess that the suit takes his own image as far as the evolution throughout the game, kind of like in Spectacular Spider-Man, the TV series. And also, I would say that we will have sections in the game where we don't play as Peter, but we see him in the black symbiote and he's just doing stuff and not saying a single word, because in the comics that meant like the symbiote was fully in control of Peter. Like the symbiote used to, in the original rendition of why he took the symbiote suit off, is because it was going out while he was asleep without him knowing and just doing stuff like taking out bad guys and stuff. And he would come back before Peter woke up, and then he would just see himself on the news in the black suit. And then he realized like, oh, this thing is alive, and he took it off. It was a weird reason back in the day. Like that was the OG reason why he took the suit off. It did nothing about his like mental health and the effect it had on it. It was just basically because it was doing stuff without him knowing. So yeah, but obviously the takes on the symbiote suit has evolved since then. But yeah, my favorite, one of my favorite aspects is that the symbiote will do its own work sometimes, and the key difference is that Peter doesn't say anything, and that's kind of how you know when the symbiote's taking over. I do like that aspect of it, because when you saw that episode in the Spectacular Spider-Man TV series, you know, spoiler alert, I guess, but he takes out the entire Sinister Six without saying a word, and then at the end you realize, oh, that was a symbiote, because he wakes up the next morning, he's like, what did I just do? And then it was pretty cool, because you just thought Spider-Man was fighting without, like, he was just serious, but now it's just a symbiote taking over. So hopefully they have one of those scenes where Spider-Man's just going crazy and not saying a single word.
Go help him.
Miles is kind of treated as like a sidekick throughout this whole game. Like, obviously he's not on Spider-Man's level, and he's definitely not on symbiote Spider-Man level. So yeah, throughout this game he's just gonna be like one of the side characters, kind of like Robin the Batman. Like if you ever played Gotham Knight, Arkham City, I think, when the Batman Black Cat, the Batman Catwoman missions, it's kind of gonna be like that. Like that's how the dynamic is gonna be. Like Spider-Man's the main threat, Miles is like just, you know, somebody helping him out.
This was our dream. I'm not going to lose him.
And that's the thing, like the symbiote is not bonding with Harry.
I'm not going to.
So the symbiote's not bonding with Harry. That's why he took him out the tube, and he's just like, we're just gonna try to figure something out. And somehow, some way, Martin Lee ends up, you know, getting it to Harry by the anti-venom, and then that's where we have it. As far as him actually being healed from the suit, I don't know how that's gonna end up, like how that storyline's gonna end, but I just know that's one of the story beats in the game. So, yeah. As you can see, he's a little frustrated. Oh, this is interesting because we finally hear Venom's voice acting.
We're going to heal the world.
And apparently that was the same voice actor for Candyman. So if this man, they couldn't get a more experienced guy who knows how to put that horror type inflection into his voice. And our first look at the mighty, I don't want to say mighty Venom, but you know, the ferocious Venom. All right, I try my best. Y'all can throw y'all tomatoes. My fault. Anyways, this is Venom, and he looks fantastic. And honestly, hopefully they do it right, because me, as a huge Spider-Man stan, as I keep saying throughout this whole review, Venom has always been able to take out Spider-Man. Like, I'm not gonna say like he's just leaps and bounds like more powerful than Spider-Man, but Spider-Man has never been able to handle Venom. Only time he's able to like get Venom is through his weaknesses. It's like the Superman. It's like a closer version of Superman versus Batman. Like, the only way Batman's able to beat Superman is by using his weakness, which is like kryptonite. Same for Venom. Venom is just every way better than Spider-Man. That's why he keeps the suit so long, because he's just every way better. He's just every which way of combat and like lifestyle, as far as the suit being able to change clothes for him and stuff like that. Like, it's just better overall. He's just more powerful, everything. It's just the mental effects is why he ended up taking it off. So when Venom gets the suit, he's just way more powerful, because all the aggression is just unleashed with the host of Eddie Brock. So Venom's just way more powerful than Spider-Man. So whenever they fight, it's not really like a fair fight. Like, he's just always winning. And in some renditions of the character, he doesn't set off Spider-Man's spider sense because of him being its original host. So that was the cartoon version, the OG Spider-Man cartoon version of Venom. Like, Venom never set off Spider-Man's spider sense, which, if you don't know, is like one of Spider-Man's most like OP abilities to let him know when danger is coming or how to dodge attacks. So I don't know if they'll do that, or if they'll go the video game route in Spectacular Spider-Man, where he rang his spider senses off to like his head hurt, like his head was hurting for the amount of spider sense was going off because of Venom. So I don't know which way they're gonna go, or if they're just gonna keep it normal where he just got regular spider sense. But I would like to see either or of the extreme. Either he doesn't set off spider sense, or he sets it off like crazy where his head starts hurting and he's like inebriated while fighting. But yeah, so the way he takes him out, I mean, they already kind of showed it. They kind of spoiled it themselves in the way they revealed the symbiote, or the Spider-Man 2 cover reveal, as Miles is going to play a big part in the taking down Venom, as he's going to use his electric powers. So hopefully they use Miles as the way Spider-Man is able to beat Venom, and not the age-old, we're just going to get sound and take off the suit, which is nothing wrong with that if you do it right, of course. But I would like to see a unique take on how Spider-Man takes out Venom, because just like every time Batman fights Superman, he has to use kryptonite. Every time Spider-Man fights Venom, has to use some type of sound to take out Venom, and because that's his weakness, like too much sound. So I would like to see a unique take on how Spider-Man takes down Venom, and it seems like they're going to go that route with Miles' electricity power, which they are ironically calling the Venom powers. I know, confusing, right? Because you actually have Venom in the game, but I don't know. Hopefully they go the unique route of taking out Venom. But yeah, that's why the ways of like Spider-Man taking out Venom by himself, like, that's just like as far as comic book wise and lore wise, like, he's never just been able to just straight up fight Venom one-on-one. He's always needed some type of kryptonite type of thing where it's like sound, fire, something like that. And that's another thing. From my recollection, Venom was the one weak to fire. It was Carnage. But some iterations of Venom in the comic book, every symbiote is actually weak to fire. For me, when I used to watch, it was sound only, and then Carnage was fire, but it wasn't sound. I don't know. I think it was both. I think it was sound and Venom, sound and fire, because Carnage is like a offspring of Venom, so he's like more the person he bonds to, as far as like Cletus Cassidy, is more of like it's like an actual serial killer, so that his powers are more unleashed because he's willing to do more. Eddie Brock is like angry at Peter, but he ain't no like serial killer. Like he only wants to kill Peter. Carnage wants to literally cause carnage and kill everyone. So it's a little different. But I thought Carnage was only weak to fire and not Venom. But if they go the route of Venom being weak to fire and Carnage, then or not fire and sound, then I guess I wouldn't be mad at it. I just didn't know. Anyways, let's keep going. So as you can see, that man, like that render of Venom, that's fire. That's straight fire. That's heat. So that's what I'm talking about right there with the electric. So they show it, they kind of hint at how they're gonna take down Venom in this logo. So you see Venom taking over Spider-Man, and then watch closely as the electricity powers, which comes from Miles, like makes it go away. So that's kind of how they're trying to let you know how they're gonna take out Venom. And they're trying to set it up as Harry being Venom, but like I just said, Harry's going to end up being anti-Venom, which I don't mind them saying it. That's why I said spoiler warning at the beginning of this whole review. Cause I know some people like to go in blind, so I want to get that warning at the beginning so you don't feel like, oh, you just blindsided me with all this spoiler talk. So, but yeah, that's the biggest thing. But anyways, what else? I think there's some other thing I want to get into. So yeah, those are my totally made up facts about the Spider-Man game. So yeah, you let me know what you think about that. Also, the console bundle details, I think they already sold out, so you don't need to see that. Oh, so apparently in other news, side tangent, but still like kind of in the realm of this conversation, Spider-Man's supposed to be a part of Invincible Season 2. So Spider-Man's supposed to be a part of Invincible, as the Easter egg was spotted and even tweeted by the actual account as the reveal trailer when he was talking to whoever. I forget who he was talking to. Something the alien, I forget his name, but basically he had a phone and it was Easter egg of the Spider-Man Invincible team up comic book cover. And then as you can see, this is a zoom in image of it, Analytic Dreamz video, to see what I'm talking about on Spotify. But yeah, so they already teased that Invincible is going to have a spin-off. Well, not a spin-off, it's going to have a cameo, I can't even talk. It's going to have a Spider-Man episode, which if you read the comics, it's an easy way they can pull that off, and it actually makes sense. Invincible basically goes, I'm not going to spoil the story. All you need to know is Invincible goes to Spider-Man's world. So no, we're not going to see Spider-Man getting brutally beaten, or even though he could definitely hold his own, but like we're not going to see any graphic imagery because Invincible is going into the Marvel world and not vice versa. They even have a funny call to that at the end of the story, but you know, it's you have to, the comics already out there if you want to look it up for yourself. But basically Spider-Man is going to be in one of the episodes of Invincible Season 2. Not going to let you know how that happens because that's a spoiler. And also the Spider-Man voice actor, which, call me a nerd, but this has always been my favorite Spider-Man voice actor, which is Josh Keaton. Because of the Spectacular Spider-Man TV series, he has always been my favorite, and especially his work in Spider-Man Edge of Time, which, while that video game is also one of my favorites, as I just like his I just like him as a voice actor for Spider-Man. I don't know, I just feel like it fits the character perfectly. Like I wish Insomniac would have used Josh Keaton instead of the other voice actor they have, Yuri Lowenthal, but I know a lot of people don't even like that because Yuri Lowenthal was the voice actor for Sasuke. And if you don't know, as far as anime voice actors, they hold them in a higher regard compared to like actual regular voice actors. I don't know, as far as anime and the anime community is concerned, voice acting is a whole nother tier when you go to anime. So yeah, so Spider-Man's supposed to be in Invincible Season 2. What else? Oh, here's the actual site. Oh, I like the little electricity coming off and the symbiote. Oh, that's pretty cool. This whole poster for Marvel Spider-Man 2, this is gonna sell so much. Like I don't know how much, but it's gonna sell way more than PS4. I already know. Like this is gonna be insane. Because if you think about it, everybody didn't know if Spider-Man PS4 was gonna be nice. Like as Spider-Man fans, like bro, we've been, not gonna say been through it, because of course other superheroes don't even have like video games, but still. We've had so many bad video games when it comes to Spider-Man that we don't know if it's going to be good or bad. Because, of course, we had gems, like I said, with Spectacular Spider-Man. Spider-Man Web of Shadows, but those was few far in between. Like we had a lot of movie spin-offs that was video games. I'm talking about the Amazing Spider-Man video games. That was not it. So we was a little hesitant when the Spider-Man PS4 game came out. Like we knew it was gonna be fire. Well, from the looks of it, but we still a little hesitant. So when it ended up being fire, now for Marvel Spider-Man 2, we're not even worrying about if it's gonna be nice or not. We just honestly, we just want to play as Venom. Like they let us play as Venom. I'm not gonna lie, that's game. I mean, it's already game of the year for me because I'm biased, but I already know the game's gonna be fire. So yeah, October 20th, 2023. What else? Key features. As you can see, this is the main site. With the standard edition, $70, of course. Digital deluxe edition, you get $80. It's 5 unique suits for Peter, Miles, 2 skill points, pre-order incentive items, additional photo mode items. I don't even know what that means. Photo mode items. What in the world? That's what we're putting behind paywalls nowadays. But anyways, the actual pre-order suits looks like trash. So that's the only critique I could probably give of it. I wonder if they have it up here so y'all don't think I'm just talking. Of course they don't have it. They're probably not even trying to show off those suits. Those suits are really trash. It's honestly pretty bad. I'm honestly gonna see if I can find it because I don't want y'all to think I'm just hating. Give me 1 second. This gonna be the last little tidbit I get into. Cause I think y'all gonna think I'm just hating. But these pre-order suits, Twitter is so hard to find now because it's just X. Let me see. Spider-Man suits. Let's just do suits. See if it pops up. I can't find it. All right, let me see. I'm just gonna go to Insomniac Games. Hopefully they have it up. I don't even think they promoting those suits anymore. Like those suits just look straight up trash. Like I don't even know. Like if the suits look that bad, like why put it behind a paywall? Like it's not even like classic suits. It's like suits they literally made up from scratch. And it doesn't even look nice. Like it'd be different if it looked nice. Like some of the suits that came out, like with the Velocity suit that was originally created by Insomniac, like that suit is fire. But these upcoming suits are just straight trash. I don't know if I can find it. Yeah, I can't find it. Pre-order suits. Yeah, I think they didn't wipe these from the internet, man. They don't want nobody to see these suits. That's unfortunate. Now we gonna find this. Y'all try to put this behind a paywall and then not even show what the suits look like. Spider-Man 2. Ah, found it. See, you can't hide it from me. I was gonna find it. Like people gotta see this. Like nah, the people got to see this. This ain't right. Such a low res of the suits. Can I find like a better? Alrighty. Y'all look at this. Y'all look at this right here. Tell me what you think of this. Putting this behind a paywall. The unique suits for the deluxe edition. We have the tactical. We have the, I don't even know what that is. The 0 something. Like look at these suits. They literally like in the far bottom right. It's like a Power Ranger suit for Miles. I was like, bro, what in the world is this? Like these suits are atrocious. That's the only thing I have to say bad about this game. Like this is just bad right here. Like who thought this was a good idea to put this behind the paywall? The only thing is these suits right here, I think could be the saving grace, which is also part of the pre-order bonus. I know it's blurry. Sorry, I tried to find this suit. Like that long pause was me trying to find these suits. They done wiped it from the internet. They know how bad these suits look. But the only thing I think is the saving grace is that these have a cape. I think the cape could look pretty cool from a gameplay perspective. But yeah, so this is the pre-order bonus. It's not like additional, but this is the additional. This is like the deluxe edition. So yeah, so this is like the $80 package, and you get these atrocious suits. Like, what in the world? Honestly, I think they're saving like the classic stuff to unlock it in game, so they didn't want to make too many fast mad. Like, imagine they put the classic symbiote suit look in here as far as the deluxe edition. Man, fans may have rioted. So I feel like they probably put the worst suits in here on purpose. Hopefully. I know I may be cutting them some slack, but come on now, it's Insomniac. Like, at this point, I think they deserve some type of slack. So anyways, put this back up. So yeah, Spider-Man, Marvel Spider-Man PS2. I think that this will probably be the best game of 2023 by far. I'm not gonna say by far. I don't want to just disrespect Survivor and all the other games coming out, as you know, people have their personal preference. For me, Spider-Man, like I keep saying, is my favorite fictional creation of all time. So I will always just enjoy any Spider-Man content, especially if it's top tier like this. Like, this is literally my favorite rendition of Spider-Man ever created. So yeah, and that should tell you something. I mean, if you're a fan of something and something like is your, like, imagine your favorite character right now ever created, right? And then the content was just leaps and bounds better than any content you ever received for that specific character. Pretty sure you would be excited too. So anyways, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Spider-Man 2, Marvel Spider-Man 2, coming out October 20th, 2023? What do you think about my breakdown of the storyline beats? And how do you feel about what I just said about, you know, all the little, you know, made up sources and information I just gave you? And do you think it's legit, or do you still think that the developers are telling y'all the truth? Also, I don't want to leave off on that. I want to give a better question. What, as far as Marvel Spider-Man 2, what are you most looking forward to in the game? All right, shout out to we just surpassed 50 on the wisdom chat. I definitely appreciate y'all. Not gonna lie to you, I knew this was gonna be a long episode, but man, this is pretty long. This may end up being the longest episode ever. Honestly, Spider-Man, Mortal Kombat, and Utopia in the same episode, that's a lot. That's a lot. Let me see. We've been going for like 4 hours right now. Definitely make sure to hit that follow button. As you know, I have a podcast, Notorious, Mass Effect. We just surpassed 1.2 million downloads in just 7 months under the Red Circle, under the hosting platform Red Circle, for the podcast. That's available on all podcast platforms via my Linktree and bio. And yeah, for my people over at Kick and YouTube, though, definitely make sure to download the Wisdom app, and that's the app I go live on whenever I'm doing audio, or mostly audio content. And what else? I think that's basically it. I appreciate y'all rocking with me for so long. I ain't gonna lie to you. We're going for 4 hours, but the topics we cover in comics, that go by fast, if that makes sense. Talking for 4 hours straight, like, I'm not gonna lie to you. Shout out to Drizzly. I don't even, having a sponsor for an episode really makes you kick things into gear, right? No, I'm just playing. But if you just joined, just know after the fact, this will be uploaded to my podcast platform. So I basically do the live version to give like more accessibility for people, especially over the YouTube Kick, if they want to comment, like Xavier445 did, and also he followed the channel. I appreciate you for that. And for people over at like Wisdom, obviously you have the guest feature where you're able to join in as a guest. And so yeah, you can always give your perspective, a safe space, open dialogue. Is that it? Yeah, safe space, open dialogue. I love different perspectives, and yeah, you know, as long as it's respectful. All right, but yeah, I'm feeling all right. So let's finish. I'm good. So let's finish up the rest of the topics. We just may not spend more. So now we're getting back into hip hop, and we're gonna cover some interesting news. We're gonna get into Melly. We're getting into Melly and then we're gonna get into Herbo. So I'll probably give these like 5 minutes each. These probably won't be no deep dive. People just need to know the information. Let me start with Herbo first. So now we get into the hip hop portion. We already got to hip hop. We're getting back into the hip hop portion. I usually start with music, games in between, or in the middle, and then end it off with some extra hip hop segments. Let me see. Chicago rapper. All right, let's get into Mr. Herbo. Let me actually pull this article just in case I need this for any reference. Alrighty, let's get into that right now. Being a man named Herbert is beyond hilarious, especially when it's attached to your gangster-like persona when talking about the rapper G Herbo, whose real name is Herbert Wright III. Now, why do I know this information? No, I'm not the police. I'm not a part of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, but this man has found himself in some trouble as he's pleaded guilty, which is like a plea deal, July 28th, 2023, to conspiracy to commit wire fraud and making false statements. He is accused of using stolen credit card information to pay for private jets, luxury vehicles, and designer puppies. Yes, you heard me correctly. Designer with a D, puppies with a P. Y'all let me know if that's worth it. But anyways, this is interesting information to me because he was already committed, or people brought this up a while ago. You know, I heard this story not too long ago. It was like a year or two ago. So it was a while ago. So I'm interested to see how it's coming up now, as I don't know if this was like he was fighting it for a while and now he just played guilty. But I've heard this story about the designer puppies and G Herbo a while ago. And I know a lot of people like to make jokes about the PPP scams or whatever. Or however, is it PPP or is it something else? I don't know, man. It's some type of scam. You know, people be scamming left and right, and when you get caught, not gonna lie to you, I don't think people really care that much as long as you ain't killing nobody or whatever. Like, so, you know, unlike the people who say free Young Thug, I wouldn't be mad at people who say free G Herbo, because Young Thug is a whole different situation as far as, you know, lives and being taken and stuff, allegedly. Not trying to get sued, you feel me? But as far as G Herbo, you know, just a little fraud, you know what I mean? Not too crazy, just a little wire fraud, you know, just a little false statements to the police, which, you know, I'm not condoning, but I'm saying, you know, I guess it's worse acts to be committed, especially when it comes to the hip hop space. Just let that sink in. So anyways, stolen credit card information is kind of, you know, that's a lot, you know, especially for private jets. Like, you know, he ain't even using that for food. Like, you know how people sometimes steal from Walmart, and while I'm not condoning stealing, I'm just pointing out a fact. You know, people think that is buy one, steal 5 items at Walmart sometimes, and they get caught. You know, the public perception is just like, hey, if Walmart wasn't paying people, you know, didn't have so many self-checkout machines and gave people real jobs to check out items, maybe we wouldn't be incentivized to steal as much. Which, you know, I hear that point and I'm just like, man, y'all are some non-law-abiding citizens. But that's besides the point. So according to court documents, Wright, aka Herbo, and his co-conspirators, I think that's how you say it, use stolen credit card information to put, we already said that. And they also use stolen credit card information to purchase at high-end retailers such as Gucci and Louis Vuitton. I'm still stuck on the designer puppies. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, what in the world makes you scam people and use stolen credit cards for designer puppies? Like, who are you trying to impress? Like, honestly, who is this man trying to impress? Designer puppies? At the end of the day, out of all the things, not condoning stealing, but to steal money to buy designer puppies. I'm still stuck on that because, like, what goes through your mind to be like, you know what? I can't afford this. Let me just go out and steal some for this designer puppy. Like, a puppy? Not a puppy. Anyways, they're accused of stealing over 100,000. Oh, goodness. This man faces a maximum sentence of 20 years in prison. This man facing 20. Talk about Tory Lanez. He got off with 8, right? I think he got 8. I don't know how much he got. But obviously it's a maximum sentence. So he probably, I don't know. But it seems like he won't get the full 20. I don't know. Obviously I'm not no lawyer, but that's what it's saying. Maximum sentence of 20 is still scary. But his plea agreement was filed to U.S. District Court, and he will be sentenced on November 15th, 2023. And this is not the first time he has been in trouble with the law. Oh, they bringing up old stuff. Yeah, this man going a while for a while. This man gonna be locked up for a while, man. They bringing up, you know, when they start bringing up stuff from 2014 to 2018, you know they've been having it out for you. So this been in the making. So yeah, man. I don't know how long G Herbo going away. You know, unfortunate for my G Herbo fans out there. I don't know how many years he's gonna get. I'm not no attorney or a lawyer or whatever. No type of, yeah. So we just got to wait and see. It's just not looking good. He's facing a maximum of 20 years for stealing over 100,000 worth of like assets, I guess. I mean, I guess with the stolen credit card information, that's how much money he stole. So that's, hey, only the future would tell how much this man actually gets sentenced. But if you do know when he gets sentenced, it's November 15th, 2023. So click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about G Herbo being sentenced to facing a maximum sentence of 20 years in prison? And how do you feel about this entire situation? And for my G Herbo fans out there, how do you feel like this man may be going away for a maximum 20 years in prison with a chance to get a lesser sentence, but that's the maximum. So how do you feel about this entire situation? All right, let me see. Let's get into the other non-law abiding citizen, which is YMW Melly, man. I ain't gonna lie, bro. These hip hop artists make me want to cover a different genre. Like talking about YMW, I can't even say his name, bro. YMW Melly is like, why are we caping for this man? I don't understand. I don't get it. I honestly don't get it. Shout out to the 50 people in the Wisdom chat right now. I think it's the first time I ever hit 50. I'll have to look. Actually, I think when I recorded an NBA segment with my friends, we hit up to like 80 or 90. But still, I still appreciate, you know, all 50 of y'all taking the time out of your night. Like I said, this is the longest I've streamed on Wisdom. It may accidentally crash. Sometimes that happens. Hopefully it doesn't. But I'm just letting y'all know if it goes down, y'all got to catch me on my podcast, Notorious Mass Effect, available on all podcast platforms via my link tree in my bio. So yeah, because this is uploaded after the fact. This is just live. I mean, obviously, but you be like, obviously we listening to you right now. All right, my fault. Y'all know what I'm saying, right? All right, cool. All right, let me see. Let me get that right quick. YMW Melly, man. I ain't gonna lie to you. That man, I ain't gonna say it. I know y'all know what I'm thinking. That boy did it. But anyway, let me get to the story. I'm not gonna lie to you. The famous phrase is, "You're innocent until proven guilty." So YNW Melly is currently heading back to court on first-degree murder charges after being faced with a retrial on the first charge. So the first time they tried to convict him on first-degree murder charges. It ended in the result of a retrial, which is based off the alleged event of him killing 2 people in 2018. What else? It said y'all gonna laugh at me. It's hard for me to say this word. I can't say that. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I can't. That word needs to be banned from my list. I can't say that. That's too many R's, man. Like when I was growing up, them R's is giving me trouble. Hey, so I can't say that word. So let's just say the people in the jury failed to reach a unanimous verdict following 2 days of deliberations. They also said that who is Demons? Is that his name? Oh yeah, okay. Bro, YNW Melly's real last name is Demons. Boy. Alright, man. Y'all know what I'm thinking, but I ain't gonna say it. Alright, anyways, so YNW Melly had pleaded guilty. Pleaded not guilty, my fault, to 2 counts of first-degree murder for killings of fellow rappers Anthony Williams and Christopher Thomas. I didn't even know they was rappers. And he faced the death penalty if convicted. Now, a lot of my friends was asking me, why in the world do people keep saying that YNW Melly is going to get off? It's because of stuff like this. It ended in the result of a retrial, but that doesn't mean that he's innocent. Honestly, if he was even close to being innocent, they would have let him out on bond because he's been in jail this whole time waiting for his conviction. Also, he's been to jail at least 7 to 8 times in the past. So it's not like this is his first time ever. Like, they're not going to let him out regardless. They literally try to give him the death penalty. So, yeah, he's not getting out on bond. Like, even though people was celebrating him in this trial, the first trial ending in a retrial, it's still not a win because he's still in jail and he's not getting out on bond. He's going to be retried. He's going to be retried. So a lot of people who's on the bandwagon of Free Melly, I'm just going to pray for y'all, man. I'm going to pray for y'all. But anyways, like the original saying said, or says, like I reiterated in the beginning, or I'm going to reiterate now, you're innocent until proven guilty. Hey, man. Hey, I guess. But anyways, with the jury, sorry, I'm trying my best. Telling the judge on Friday that they've been unable to reach a decision. The judge ordered them to keep deliberating. Another day passed without a verdict, ultimately prompting the declaration of a mistrial. And so the prosecutors have claimed that Melly conspired to kill Williams and Thomas with the co-defendant Cortland Henry, who is being tried separately. Authorities allege that Melly shot the 2 men inside a Jeep driven by Henry. Afterwards, the car was allegedly driven to an area near somewhere, I don't know. And the Melly defense team, however, argued that the rapper had no motive to kill Williams and Thomas, and also they were described as Melly's best friends. Melly's defense team has also highlighted the fact that a murder weapon was never, ever recovered. I'm not gonna lie, bro. Yes. Melly's lawyers, like, they gonna be notorious after this case, because getting that first case to result in a mistrial says something by itself from Melly's lawyers. Like, I don't know what type of lawyers he has, but let's just say they gonna get all type of traffic after this case is done, because it's like, bro, you almost got him off of what? Because even Melly fans, as serious as it is, just a cynical take on it of them laughing at the fact that he made a murder on my mind and how it's just like so fire because, you know, he may have actually did it. I'm like, these people need to be checked into a mental institution because ain't no way y'all think this was funny. Ain't no way, bro. But anyways, I ain't trying to serious this out, but all I'm saying is you're innocent until proven guilty. But in my eyes, you know what I'm thinking. I ain't gotta say it. So click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about YNW Belly and his first track being resulting in a retrial? And also, what do you think about Melly? Do you think he's innocent or guilty? All right, give me 1 second. All right, we back. All right, next section of this episode, I believe it's beef. Yeah, Ebro versus Drake, and then we're gonna end with Erica Badu versus Beyonce. So yeah. I don't know if y'all can hear it, but I don't know. I received like really bad sinuses like after traveling to Florida for the summer. Like it was just really, it's like still here, but it's like really toned down. But like, man, I know y'all not trying to hear about it as an audio adventure, but the sinuses are really, man, that stuff is no joke. Anyways, let me see. Oh yeah, 421. All right. So we're wrapping up with Ebro versus Drake, and then also we're gonna wrap up with Erica Badu versus Beyonce. And this is pretty interesting because I don't know, both of these stories are interesting in my opinion. Let me see, 16 to 20. Let's see.
Tied to that.
Right.
All right, here we go. All right. Let's see. Oh yeah, 421. Yeah, unless it's like a gameplay walkthrough, I ain't gonna lie. Especially when school season pops back up. Because if you don't know, receive my degree in ministry in this upcoming year. I'm gonna receive my degree in marketing. For those of y'all who's listening to the live version, just a little tidbit on my own personal life. So I'm in the home run stretch of getting both of my degrees. Pretty huge accomplishment as the first person out of my family to just complete a bachelor's like this, as far as it being a dual degree. A little personal information. You stuck with me 4 hours and 22 minutes in, so I might as well let y'all in on that little tidbit. But anyway, so yeah, that's a little bit about myself. So when this upcoming last school year starts up for me, best believe these almost 5-hour streams, unless it's gameplay, I don't know, cause I ain't gonna lie, this is a lot. But I don't know, I enjoy it though. I enjoy it. That's why you should definitely follow Notorious Mass Effect podcast, as I do stuff like this all the time, especially when covering new music. But yeah, hopefully y'all are able to take away stuff from this gaming and hip hop talk and information, as that's my goal every time people listen, is to be able to take something away that they didn't know before and that they can actually, I don't know, be aware of as far as the world. There's a lot happening in the world. That's why I like to break it down in one place when it comes to hip hop and gaming. And yeah. So yeah, just make sure to follow via my Linktree in my bio on all podcast platforms. But yeah, let's get into Ebro versus Drake. Let me see if I can pull this up right quick. How's that look? I feel like we can zoom that in a little bit. There we go. Cool. All right, let's get into Ebro versus Drake. It's almost like every single hip hop commentator is going against Drake at this point. I mean, first you have Elliot Wilson from I forget what podcast he does, but it's extremely insightful as far as the knowledge they give. But they actually received a Drake interview, but he criticized Drake for going on and doing an interview with TikToker Bobby Althoff. I think that's how you say her last name. And that was a whole back and forth with Drake talking about how Elliot was super desperate at some type of festival doing random interviews, but he was just sending a shot back at him because Drake probably felt slighted that he gave him an interview and he's still years later just taking unnecessary subliminal jabs at Drake. But now, what the basically highlight of the segment is going to be is Ebro, who is very powerful in the hip hop landscape. I mean, he's the host of Apple Music's Rap Life Radio. Also, he's one of the playlist head curators over at Apple. So as far as like playlist spots and getting your plays on like just Apple rating in general, Ebro is very actually let me find his actual position at Apple. Let me see, because it's like a really prestigious like position he has, so he's very powerful. So with him going at Drake, I don't know if Drake's gonna be as quick to just fire off at Ebro like he was at Elliott Wilson. Not saying Elliott Wilson isn't as powerful as Ebro, but okay, Ebro is the global editorial head of hip hop and R&B at Apple Music, which is basically encapsulates what I was saying about him just being the head of being the one to be in control of playlisting and just radio, and him basically being like a gatekeeper. Like they literally say he works with a team of editors to curate playlists and create content and develop marketing campaigns. So that being said, Ebro is very powerful in the hip hop culture and a well-respected figure, which is very much earned, and he basically built a foundation for himself as far as a resume that nobody really discredits Ebro's hip hop opinions, because he really knows what he's talking about when it comes to the hip hop culture and the hip hop field. So anyways, when he goes at Drake, you know it's probably warranted, as he's said himself he's a Drake fan. So this is not just something out of the blue like Elliott Wilson with him taking shots at Drake. It's pretty, honestly, as a Drake stan myself, I would say it's pretty warranted the way he went at Drake, because he basically called out Drake for not speaking on black issues, because in a recent episode on this podcast, which we're going to get to in a second, I'm just going to recap it. He basically, Ebro said, quote, Drake has never shown up to anything or had anything to say about, let me just quote it. So Ebro said, quote, Drake has never shown up to have anything to say about anything going on in society with black folks or anything other than himself. Also said that Drake making headlines for throwing shade at Childish Gambino's This Is America during his All a Blur tour. And Drake's tour bus was seen with a ticker that read the overrated and over awarded hit song, because Childish Gambino basically came out, which is Donald Glover. He basically came out and said This Is America started off as a Drake diss. Regardless of that, Drake also shot back. So it was like a response. Anyways, let me just play the video, because obviously I can just recap what he said, but I just want to get into the video because it's pretty insightful on the way that Ebro talked about it. So here's Ebro right here, just discussing his disgust for Drake's comments on Childish Gambino.
Let's go to this clip now that was running around. What's it? It's All a Blur tour.
Yes.
Drake, 21 Savage.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There's a point in Drake's show where he performs headlines, and then there's kind of like news headlines.
Like a TikTok.
Yeah, like what's that called? A ticker?
Ticker.
Yeah, that's crawl around the edge of the stage. Up there, people caught on to the fact that he took shots at Childish Gambino's This Is America, which was in response to this video or interview with Childish Gambino talking about the origins of This Is America.
And I swear to God, like it was started as the idea for the song started as a joke. To be completely honest, like This Is America, like that was all we had. It started as a Drake diss, to be honest. It's like I was like as a funny way of like doing it, but then I was like, this shit sounds kind of hard though, you know.
That's kind of a weird tidbit to say in the interview. Like, why would you say it's a Drake diss if you don't have like beef with Drake? And you know, Drake's like the petty king. So like when he heard Childish, because Childish ain't just no regular dude. Like he out here producing, writing, making music, being an actor, pretty much one of the more talented people on the planet. And Drake probably heard this and was like, oh, I've been looking, like literally Drake's been looking and searching for somebody to beef with. And Childish just stepped right into that. I don't know why. So it's kind of weird.
So I was like, let me play with it. So we just had that.
So Childish Gambino said that.
All right, and then he basically says what I said. I want to get into Nadeska's take because I feel like she was on the nose somehow. Not somehow, but I feel like she was on the nose. Or she hit it on the nose. Sorry, I can't get that phrase right.
Yeah, I was gonna say, in addition to the music video.
Yeah, the whole thing just overrated.
That the 21 Savage was on. I love that he's leaning all the way back. Men involved. Somebody back me up in the room. Does it speculate then if I remember? And I mean, doesn't this go all the way into?
All right, so not gonna lie, I'm pretty huge fan of Nadeska as far as her work, and I felt like this was pretty interesting because what she says right here, I feel like it's like behind the scenes knowledge, and she's trying to like get them to back her up on it because she doesn't want to go out on the limb. Because I feel like as far as when Nadeska had a show with Academics and Joe Budden, they was the ones to go out on the limb and just say very I forget the word, but they just said stuff that was very performative, and also they said enticing things that was out of bounds sometimes. So as far as like being gossipy, basically is the word I'm trying to say, being a gossiper based on real knowledge they had, but you know, stuff they made should have kept in wraps, but now they just opened up a whole can of worms, as people say, because they unveiled something that the public didn't know. Kind of like when Academics and Joe Budden was talking about the Nicki and Cardi beef before people even knew they had beef. Nicki denied it, Cardi denied it, but behind the scenes, people knew Nicki and Cardi had beef. It wasn't until the Motorsport track came out and Academics had the version where Academics had a version where Nicki was literally had an unreleased verse where she was taking shots at Cardi on Motorsport. And when he played that, people was like, oh, this is a real beef. And it was like real information he brought to the light. So like I said, that opened up a whole can of worms, and now the cat's out the bag. Cardi and Nicki don't like each other, and now they can just be open with their dislike for each other. Obviously, it happened a little bit after that, but I don't think it was strictly because of that, but that had a huge effect on the public perception of Cardi versus Nicki. It was kind of a behind-the-scenes beef, and everybody was like, why are you pitting two black women against each other? But then, come to find out, it was actually true, and Nicki and Cardi actually don't like each other. So anyways, I think Nadeska was about to do that here, when she was about to say the real reason why Drake and Childish is beefing, but because she didn't get them to back her up on it, she didn't want to come out on a limb as a gossipy person, kind of like Academics and Joe Budden. There's nothing wrong with being a gossipy person, I guess, but you know, that's kind of my perspective, because look at the way, and shameless plug, Analytic Dreamz video on my podcast platform, but basically look at the way she looks when she says it. She's like, y'all gonna back me up on this? Oh, y'all not gonna back me up? Okay, because Nadeska is one of the most like respected journalists in the game, so when she says something, people listen, and she don't just say random things. So listen to what she says here.
Like, he didn't need to take it that far, but he did, so I think we should laugh about it. And I mean, doesn't this go all the way back to some issues over a lady, if I remember correctly?
What's the origin of their beef?
Okay, so I don't want to speculate then if it's not, but I thought.
You see that pause? She's like, you gonna back me up on this? And then she's like, oh, okay. Since y'all not gonna back me up, I'm just gonna act like it was speculation. Look, she says, if I remember correctly, you know what that means.
Back to some issues over a lady, if I remember correctly.
What's the origin of their beef?
She's like, oh, y'all just gonna act dumb? All right, I'm gonna act dumb too.
Okay, so I don't want to speculate then if it's not, but I thought.
Yeah, neither.
I thought there was like a woman involved, like an R&B singer.
Look, she's like, I thought there was a woman involved, an R&B singer. Like, it's usually always a woman when these musicians are beefing. I don't know why, but you know, they just be beefing. You know, the whole Drake and Chris Brown thing over Rihanna, the whole Drake and Tyga thing where he always shoots at them through women, but like he was shooting at Kylie basically, you need to act your age and not your girl's age when he sent those bars towards Tyga. Then the Notorious time when DJ Drama's, I don't know if his wife, baby mom's, one of them, had her in the studio talking about like making music, ended up doing something else, and then that's where the birth of DJ Drama and Drake's beef happened. Then you have the whole thing with Drake and Kanye West. Who does he go at again? Kim Kardashian, and he keeps like hinting towards stuff, and even Kim Kardashian just came out and said like none of that's happened. People still don't believe it. Like to this day, this man has a whole single titled "Search and Rescue" with a lookalike of Kim Kardashian on the cover, like they actually together. Like I'm like, bro, this man always targets a woman in their beef, and this was interesting because I feel like Nadeska was hinting towards the actual singer, but because they didn't back her up, she didn't say it.
And if it's not, but I thought there was like a woman involved, like an R&B singer, and that was like the tension between the two of them. And Gambino. She
looks so disappointed. She like, y'all ain't gonna back me up.
Sound right to you?
Look, she even says it. Look.
That was like the tension between the two of them, and Gambino felt a way about it. Somebody back me up in the room. Does this sound?
She literally says, "Somebody back me up in the room." You know what she wants to say. She just don't want to go out on a limb and be gossipy because she probably already knows. She just don't want to say it.
Right to you, am I making this all up?
Leave a comment.
Okay.
Look, you see how Ebro, like that whole, it's just comedy. That's just straight comedy. He's like, leave a comment. Like, come on, bro. You know what she's trying to do. Y'all ain't gonna back her up. But anyways, Nadeska was about to spill the tea, but Ebro and them, they didn't want to back her up on that. So Nadeska was like, okay, I see what we doing here. So anyways, I do think it was probably over an R&B singer. Actually, let me see. Let me see if I can find it. Let me do my little journalistic, gossipy research. Let me see. What R&B singer could Donald Glover? Let me put his other name. AKA, we gonna get to the bottom of this. Donald Glover, AKA Childish Gambino and Drake. What R&B singer could Donald Glover, aka Childish Gambino, and Drake be beefing over? Let's see if Nadeska was trying to give us a hint. I feel like she definitely gave us a hint, but I don't think she narrowed it down because I don't really know too many people that Donald Glover has been with. So I don't know. We're gonna see. We're gonna try to get to the bottom of it. Rihanna? There's no way. Glover dissed Drake in a freestyle in Australia 2014 rapping, "Nah, I ain't Drake. I sing better. I do better. My blank's wetter." What? What does that mean? I don't understand. Glover got to work on that. Beefing over the weekend. That's I mean, all right. Let's see. I don't know. It seems like completely speculation. Rihanna's like a interesting one because why would they be beefing over Rihanna? Isn't she like happily married or whatever, having kids with ASAP? All right, I did some research in like 0.2 seconds, and I couldn't find anything. And I believe Nadeska probably actually knows the name, but because nobody else wanted to jump on that limb out there with, like, if that was Academics and Joe Budden, they probably would have said the name. They probably would have said the name and took the alley-oop to actually do the messy work for her. But since Nadeska, she don't want to be that messy person, so she ain't want to give us a scoop. But it's okay. Yeah, so that's all you need to know. Ebro doesn't like the fact that Drake doesn't speak on black issues whenever somebody makes a black issue or a topic song such as "This Is America." Why is he speaking on it when he's never came out and done anything for the black community? So it's pretty interesting how Ebro completely shot at Drake, and as a Drake stan, I have to say it's very valid. I don't know how Drake can rebut that. Only thing he could probably say is, Drake could probably say, "I don't start it, I finish it," because Childish did come out the blue and say "This Is America" was a diss. So it's not like he said some random song was a diss and Drake dissed "This Is America." Childish literally came out and said "This Is America" started out as a Drake diss. So I don't know. I think Drake was just defending himself. Man, y'all stop ganging up on the GOAT, man. Just because he outdoing y'all numbers, man, don't mean that y'all have to start fake beefs. But anyways, Ebro is definitely a valuable person in the hip hop community. So of course, with his deep understanding of hip hop, and of course with his position at Apple, I don't think Drake would try to go too hard at Ebro, and he'll probably just let bygones be bygone. But anyways, getting into more interesting details, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know one of my social medias. What do you think about Childish and Drake's beef? Do you think that is warranted? And what do you think would be the more entertaining beef? Drake versus Donald Glover, aka Childish Gambino, or with his most recent bars in Meltdown, Drake versus Pharrell / Pusha T? All right, shout out to the 54 people we have in the wisdom chat right now. Just know I'm officially at the end of the episode, about to get into the last topic of the episode. So if you missed most of it, definitely know that I'll upload this after the fact on my podcast platform via on my podcast, Notorious Mass Effect, available on every podcast platform via my link tree in bio. And yeah, just know I cover the latest gaming and hip hop. What else? I think I got all that out the way. I'm about to get to the last segment of the episode. Let me see. Okay, cool. Okay. Erykah Badu versus Beyonce was not on my bingo card. I ain't gonna lie to you. All right, let's get into it right now. Erykah Badu versus Beyonce was not on my bingo card of 2023. Because let me tell you something. I was thinking that because of the utmost respect that Beyonce has in the industry, and Erykah Badu, mind you, I would just think that these two would just never beef. It's kind of like if Jay-Z and P. Diddy was the beef. Like maybe they beefed in the past, but it's just like it just seems like two people who very much is in the same lane as far as teammates shooting at each other. Not literally, of course. You know, with women beef, they do it a lot better than men, as they keep it just strictly words. And men, you already know where they take it. You know, just ask YMW Melly. Oh, my fault. Anyways, Erykah Badu has insinuated, and also shameless plug, Analytic Dreams video on Spotify to see what I'm talking about, exclusively on Spotify. Erykah Badu insinuated that Beyonce is copying her looks in a series of tweets on January 18th, where she posted herself wearing a hat, and she also posted Beyonce with the same hat along with the caption, "I guess I'm everybody's stylist," which I can pull up right now. You can see the hat that she's talking about. So this is, you see the hat that Erykah's wearing. Down the left, you see Beyonce, and you see her series of tweets and Instagram story posts. With her first one with Beyonce wearing the hat saying, second one with her wearing the hat and basically saying, "I guess I'm everybody's stylist." So, after Badu saying that basically opened the floodgates, and everybody started debating on social media, with some people agreeing with her, and then of course, you already know, the Beehive was coming out in droves, basically defending Beyonce. Some people pointing out that both Badu and Beyonce are known for their fashion style, and also is a possibility that they both came up with the look independently, because of course it's kind of just a hat. Like obviously I guess you can see the red with the hat, but Beyonce's wearing a shirt, Badu's wearing whatever this is. It's like a dress combined with what looks like a funnel cake wrapped around her. But then Beyonce is, you know, she got the boots that go up to her thighs. I don't know. I'm not zooming in on that, but because I don't know how to do that. Basically, the outfits are totally different when it comes to but like besides the hat, obviously the hat, I guess. Even though didn't Beyonce have like some type of hat like that on the Beyonce like Beyonce, hold on, let me see if I can find this. Renaissance. Didn't she have some type of hat like that on her cover? Oh no, it was just her horse that was silver. I swear she had some type of hat like that. I guess not. But anyway, she was riding a horse. So this type of hat isn't like out of the norm for Beyonce to wear. Like this cowboy centric hat. And basically Beyonce's hat is larger and it curves like a cowboy style. So I don't get it. I think Erykah Badu is kind of tripping. But at the end of the day, I had to cover this because it's not every day you see the likes of Erykah Badu going at Beyonce. Like, why? Like Erykah Badu is one of those where she doesn't really need like clout, but it's interesting tactic to accuse Beyonce of copying her look. I don't know if this is just a thing in the women's society where you copy somebody's look and then get immediately called out for it, but I know a lot of people who get inspiration from people looks and then decide to wear that, you know, maybe the next day, the next month, the next week, the next year. And for guys, it's kind of like, you know, you bite my style or try and be like me. But to go this far as to put up a side-by-side photo image when even the whole outfit besides the hat is completely different. Like, this is just insane. Like, I just don't understand. Like, why would Erykah Badu accuse Beyonce of such a thing? And now I know what you're gonna say. I am officially a member of the Beehive. And yes, I am. So anyways, that's all I gotta say. Click my link tree in my bio. Let me know one of my social medias. Oh, also, I do need to finish with this. Beyonce has not responded to Erykah Badu's tweets, of course. Like, why was she? You know, come on now. And she has been known to pay homage to other artists in her style. So it's possible that she was simply inspired by Badu. But I do not think that she was copying Badu any stretch of the imagination. Like, come on now. Like, it's Beyonce. Like, and with that, you know, I do feel like my application to be a member of the Beehive should be accepted. So anyways, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about the whole Erykah Badu versus Beyonce fiasco? And do you think Beyonce was copying Erykah Badu's look or not? All right. We're going to get to the outro of the podcast. I'm going to try to find it right quick. Let me see. I gotta find. All right, here we go. Okay, cool. Getting into the overview of. Is the overview? I'm going to start that over. Getting into the overview of the pod. I think it's getting into the end of the pod. I ain't done that in so long. That's crazy. Well, it's only been like a week or two. Anyways, let me try to get into my album. Getting into the. Dang, what do I say at the end? Hold on. I'm literally about to play one of my old episodes to remember what I say in my outro. This is crazy. This is how you know I've been going for a while. I never forgot my outro. Give me 1 second. Yes, I'm playing myself. I gotta hear something right quick. Titans to come out
now. The guy in me that says if I ever
anybody, but like I keep saying, they're definitely talking about each other. So, finally out of his to the brim, finally out of his Adidas. I believe. Getting into the overview of the pod. Okay, that is what I say. All right, I literally just played myself. That's crazy. I did not. I just totally forgot my outro. All right, let's get back into it. Getting into the overview of the pod for episode 126. Also, before I get into the overview, I want to shout out to Drizzly one more time for sponsoring the podcast from this episode on, especially for the month of August, just in general. The way they believed in the pod for the past, what's just been like three to 4 months at this point. You know, just for them sponsoring the podcast is just very much appreciated by me, and also I appreciate them for going out on the limb and sponsoring a pod like this, because in general we do bring in certain respectable numbers, but at the end of the day does not guarantee that somebody wants to sponsor you. So I just want to shout out to them. And also, you probably already heard the ad throughout this episode and at the beginning, so I'm not going to reiterate what they do, but I just definitely follow them at drizzly.com. And yeah, well, no, if you're not 21 or plus, then definitely don't. Definitely don't do that. Yeah, not everybody type in drizzly.com, but yeah, my fault. Yeah, we can't be doing that. But yeah, if you're of age, definitely check out Drizzly, as it's a delivery company for alcohol. It's basically an alcohol delivery company. So yeah. All right. So getting into the overview of the pod for episode 126, I basically want to reiterate what I said in my intro, as if you want to enter music for a playlist submission, I'm doing $10 per submission, and that's for 24 hours to put your music on my podcast. Like I said, going over my numbers again, 80,000 downloads per week. As far as a total downloads, you surpassed 1.2 million in under 7 months in the hosting platform Red Circle. So I feel like that's a respectable price to put it at, especially for people I don't even know, and music that I've never heard. Obviously, if it's just like completely trash, I may have to just be like if it's just completely like explicit and derogatory to certain groups, if you know what I'm saying, I can't play that type of stuff. But in general, I will play your music for 24 hours for the price of $10 on the Notorious Mass Effect podcast. For all the people who reached out for Spotify playlist submission, that's the direction. Well, yeah, basically instructions, directions, however you want to quantify it. But yeah, basically saying that, because I know a lot of people are sending me emails and stuff, and so this is how I want to do it. Because you have to listen to the pod to know how to actual submit it, like, correctly. And also, I just feel like people who listen to the pod, I feel like they should have a leg up on people who don't, as far as like getting their music played on this platform. So anyways, with that being said, got into the first topic of episode 126, got into the notorious beef between A$AP Rocky and Travis. Basically kind of talked about how that man literally tried to use Travis Scott's marketing tactic, use a 50 Cent marketing tactic of just calling out the opposition. So he called out Travis, but subliminally, he did not do the 50 Cent. He only did a subliminal diss. He should have just came out and fully claimed him going at Travis, but instead, the whole marketing tactic fell flat on his face, and he kind of recapped his words not recap, but he took back his words whenever A$AP Bari and Ian Connor kind of pressed him. So A$AP Rocky didn't stand on his words at all. So his marketing tactic to use Travis Scott as a marketing tool definitely failed. Then we got into Peso Pluma and A$AP Rocky being in the studio, and I'll basically use that segment to talk about the influence of other genres on hip-hop, as Afrobeats is the fastest growing genre in the music industry right now, and also the Latin music field is definitely on the rise, and especially you can see on the Billboard Top 100, and especially the Latin charts, they run that in general. And I think hip-hop is starting to acknowledge some of the other genres catching up to their popularity, and I'm not saying they're threatened, but they know to collaborate more with these type of artists. Then we got into Travis Scott's Utopia review, and let me just say, I feel like for that review, I went longer than I thought it was going to be, so that's how you know I really got into it and really kind of gave you my true and honest feelings about Utopia, and hopefully it satisfied what you thought you was going to get from a Analytic Dreamz review. Then we got into the leaked news with PlayStation with Project Q, and the other segment with PS5 Pro and maybe a PS5 Slim, as both of those are alleged. Don't know if it's true, but it's set to be November 2024. Yeah. And for the Project Q, we don't know when that's coming out, but also all that information was alleged, but it came from like real credible leaks. So wanted to report on it and just get that out there for gaming fans and enthusiasts. Then we switched gears, got into Mortal Kombat, kind of recapped everything going on with that game, and in general all the news and just DLC characters in general. The Combat Pack 1, Scorpion breakdown, kind of got some new gameplay. Also got into Umgadi and Garrett's gameplay and how they're going to play throughout the game. Talked about, let me just say, hopeful wishes, to say the least, for my DLC characters. Well, I'm just gonna come out and say it. I basically want Superman in the game, and I just feel like Superman, Omni-Man, and Homelander being able to fight all in the same game would just be straight fire. But I know because of all the brutal and gruesome fatalities that's in Mortal Kombat, Warner Bros. Probably doesn't want to give Superman to Mortal Kombat to get just completely dismembered by each and every character. So, anyways. What else? Got into and then we switched gears, talked about Spider-Man and all the information surrounding that game, and just in general the story elements I kind of broke down in a way that will probably be more insightful. If you already heard this, you probably already know what I'm talking about, but if you skip that part, because if you didn't want spoilers, let's just say it was very insightful for the avid Spider-Man fan. Let's just say that the one who probably wants to know more details than the average Spider-Man fan. Then we got into how Spider-Man is going to be in Invincible. That's also another tidbit I kind of threw in there. Invincible season 2. And that's not like a spoiler. It was like the official account put that in the trailer. Well, not like Spider-Man himself, but they put like a comic of Spider-Man and Invincible on Invincible's phone. But anyways, it was like an Easter egg. We transitioned back into hip-hop, talking about how YNW Melly is facing retrial on murder charges. If you don't know, the first trial for his murder charges ended in a mistrial. So his first trial ended in a mistrial because he's been to jail like 7 to 8 times. They're not letting him out on bond, and they're just going to retry him. So he's just going to sit in jail until he gets convicted. And so yeah, he is accused of a double murder of his friend. So it makes sense. He's been to jail like 7 to 8 times. So you know the phrase proven innocent until proven guilty, but all I'm gonna say is he's in jail for a reason, and he's not gonna be let out on bond for a reason. So let's just leave it at that. Then we transitioned into G Herbo and talked about how actually we did that flip-flop. So we talked about G Herbo first and then YNW Melly. But for the G Herbo segment, I basically got into how he pled guilty for using stolen credit cards on luxury vehicles, designer puppies, out of all things. That man stole somebody's credit card information to buy designer puppies, and that's all you need to know. He's facing a maximum of 20 years in prison. He pled guilty, so I'm pretty sure he's gonna get less than 20. So we're gonna see how much he actually ends up receiving. Then we got into some beef, even more beef, but this time it's human versus human, not human versus the law system. But anyways, Ebro versus Drake. Pretty huge beef, if you do ask me. Ebro is a pretty respected figure in the hip-hop community. I mean, he's literally the global editorial head of hip-hop and R&B at Apple Music. So I don't think Drake will really say anything too crazy at Ebro, because at the end of the day, he still needs those playlist submissions and radio spins. So I don't think Drake's gonna say anything too crazy at Ebro. But we finished the episode basically talking about Erykah Badu versus Beyonce, the most out of left field beef we'll probably get in 2023, because I thought these two was just gonna kumbaya for their whole entire career, as it seems like both of these are non-problematic artists. So it's interesting to see Erykah Badu call out Beyonce, but Beyonce has not responded, and nor do I think she should or even is going to respond to Erykah Badu. So that's about it for episode 126. Thanks for tuning in to the Notorious Mass Effect episode. And don't be afraid to send me a email letting me know what you think of the show and what you want me to talk about in the next episode. Click my link tree in my bio to access my social medias and to keep on my latest activities. If you want to support the show financially, click my Cash App link located towards the top of my link tree, as it helps the show overall. Make sure to share this podcast or rate this 5 stars on whatever platform you are currently listening on, as this helps the show reach more people so we can grow together and affect the masses. Thank you for tuning in to another episode of the Notorious Mass Effect. Going on 5 hours. Not gonna lie to you, this is probably one of the longest streams I've ever done. I'm about to eat, go to sleep, pass out, and put this up tomorrow morning. So 5 hours is definitely like a work shift. I ain't gonna lie to you. 5 hours of talking, that's like, hey. yeah. Somebody probably listening like, man, you love to hear the sound of your voice, don't you? I swear I was covering a plethora of topics. I ain't just talking. Hopefully. Oh, y'all gotta believe me, man. Y'all gotta believe me. But anyways, man, that's it for me. Just literally just surpassed 5 hours. That's crazy. But I do it for the love of the game, of course. Also, I am sponsored by Drizzly, so I wanted to show out for my episode again, as they sponsor for a third time, 3 months straight. So obviously they must be seeing some type of returns. Hopefully, I ain't trying to get too much into their business, but they definitely compensated me. But let's just say it must be going well over on their end. I don't know how well. You know what I mean? I don't want to be like the writers and actors, because if I actually find out how well it's going, I may have to go on strike now. My fault. All right. Anyways, for the people over at Wisdom, man, shout out to all 56 people. Y'all can probably hear my sinus flaring up. Like, it flares up at random parts. I swear I'm not like sick. It just flares up randomly. It's actually very frustrating and annoying. I don't know how to fix it, man. Like, it's literally, I'm not sick. It's just like I don't know, it's called, like, inflames randomly, and then it goes back down and inflames randomly. So sometimes I'll talk regular like this, but then, like, if it flares up, it would just be like, I don't know. It's just, y'all probably not trying to hear all that. But anyways, shout out to the 56 people in here, man. Just know Notorious Mass Effect podcast is something that I started like in 2020. It's been going well. I'm trying to find my little talking points. That's why oh, here we go. So basically, Notorious Mass Effect podcast, for everybody who's new, I cover the latest hip hop and gaming, and also I do gameplay walkthroughs on my YouTube channel, and also on Spotify video channel, which is Analytic Dreamz Video. Click my link tree in my bio to be linked to all of those different platforms, and listen to my latest music reviews with Travis Scott, Post Malone, Burna Boy, and more for New Music Friday for this past weekend. Available on all podcast platforms via my link tree in bio. Also, I want to once again shout out to the masses, as we just surpassed 1.2 million total downloads in just, well, I guess now since the clock just turned, in just 8 months under, well, I'm just going to keep saying 7, in just 7 months under the hosting platform Red Circle for the podcast. So shout out to the masses. Without y'all, man, none of this stuff would be possible. And it's the reason why I can do 5 hours and not even blink, because the way that y'all have given me certain opportunities, I'm beyond grateful for. So yeah, for my respective live streaming platforms, YouTube, Kick, Wisdom, it's been a pleasure. Of course I'm gonna be back. The reason I'm ending this long is because this is a long stream. So I'm like, dang, I'm literally just mesmerized on the amount of time I've been on here. Definitely follow to be notified when I go live, and I'm done with the shameless promo. So I will see y'all next time. I'm out.